Oh, nice to be back with you. Good morning. I hope you are all fine and ready to spend half of your Sunday with me. Okay, a very good morning. So let me tell you what we are going to do. So here I have kept myself a reminder, but you also please, any one of you or a couple of you, before we take the first break, do remind me. Mostly I won't forget. I have to show you. I have already uploaded one project. It is a little ahead of time. Yes, but I would like to tell you or show you the steps. So in the break time, when you have a stable net connection, you can try to import that project, and I'll give you all the instructions. So let me not start on something. So let me give you an idea of what we are going to do today. There was one topic which I had not taken: method overriding and exception handling. So and it's a favorite popular question. So we will do that. Yes, good morning, everyone. And then we will start with we'll continue with the threads. So since there has been a break of 4 or 5 days in between, we'll just quickly recap what we said regarding threads. And then I'll take you to, I'll just check what is the status of assignment. So accordingly, the one assignment which I will solve with you is that integration one, collection IO threads. So everyone who have done it, or I mean, whoever has not done it or done it, will get an idea. Then we will talk about the second level in threads, which is synchronization, applying threads of T. So we've been talking about it that these are the Java classes which are inherently thread safe, which are inherently thread unsafe, etc. So you'll know everything about it. And then I want to take you to the third level in threads, which is inter-thread communication. After that, some other assorted topics regarding some cloning or design patterns and all we are going to handle. So without any further wasting time, let us get started. So here, there is a statement. This has nothing to do with the threads. I mean, yeah, you can use it anywhere. So there is a specific rule regarding method overriding and exception handling. So 1 minute recap. When you say method overriding, are we doing a static time of polymorphism or dynamic? Start answering, please, responding. Static or dynamic? Everyone knows it is dynamic. Means what? The particular method to be invoked on which type of object, whether it is a superclass instance or subclass instance, is decided at the runtime by the JVM. You know dynamic form of polymorphism. So tell me, what are the rules regarding method overriding? So what about method name? Same or different? Method name has to be same. How about the return type? What should be the return type of the subclass method? Subclass is the overriding form. Yeah, same or subtype. Not same or wider, Chitali. It is exactly opposite. Same signature or a subtype. If I'm returning a fruit from my superclass version, what all I can return from the subtype? Is it fruit or object, or is it fruit or mango, orange, banana? Answer is fruit or its subtype. Okay, so that is your covariant return type. Next one. What about the signature? What about the signature of the overridden and overriding version? Signature has to be the same. Everyone remembers it. What should be the scope of the overriding version? The subclass version, what should be the scope? It can be same as super type or it can be wider. So I hope everyone remembers these rules. The last rule, the last point, which I had mentioned in the slides but never got time to take it. So now we are talking about it. Okay, so stay tuned. So this is the one only, this is a one statement you have to remember and you can solve any related examples on it. So what does the rule say? Overriding form of the method means the subclass version. It cannot add any new means additional, or broader. Broader means what? Super type or subtype. When I say broader exceptions, are we talking going up the hierarchy or this? Of course, broader is super type. Absolutely right. Because you remember, inheritance is generalization to specialization. So when you say broad, you are going to a more generalized category. That's your broader. And remember all these adjectives, checked exceptions. Okay. So in the overriding form of the method, You cannot additionally declare any new checked exception, or you cannot additionally declare, additionally means you cannot declare, you cannot, that the overriding form cannot throw the broader, that is a super type of the exception. Of course, there is a why. The rule is, I mean, the rule is not baseless. Like, so if you have, if your tester code, if your third party code, user code, I mean, application code, if it is using a superclass method and it would be handling certain exception, suddenly the subclass overriding starts throwing a new or broader checked exception, the third party code will break. I mean, the code which is using your API will break. So compiler never allows it. So that is the given. That is the basis. Now you start solving what will happen. Okay, because you are given a lot of code samples and you are supposed to answer this. So take a look at this. Nothing in that. A small, a very easy, simple code. You got package P1, class A, show SOP1. I mean, business definition doesn't matter. It is all about the declaration. Now I'm saying class B extends A. You can read that. So all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you about any runtime error or the output. All I'm asking you is compile time error or no error. And of course, the reason. Are you understanding the question? I think people are understanding. So answer is definitely compile time error. And here you will get this. Can you tell me the reason? What is the reason here? You know the rule. The overriding form of the method. At override annotation is just for helping the compiler, you know that. But overriding form cannot add a new. Is it interrupted exception? You know, is it a checked exception or unchecked exception? It's a checked exception. What is a checked exception in case you have forgotten? The one which does not have runtime exception in the inheritance hierarchy. So it is a new checked exception. So of course, Java compiler will throw you error. Now, those who are not sure why she is saying why there is such a rule, imagine that somebody was using your, the tester code. Imagine A1 equal to new A, and it was calling A1.show. So when the tester code uses A1.show, will it require any try-catch block? Answer is no, because that method is not throwing any exception. But if the code changes to, listen to this, A ref equal to new B, and then you start using it, and this method suddenly starts throwing the checked exception, how can it be tolerated? Okay, so the point is, what is the rule? Overriding form of the method cannot throw any new checked exception. So as you have said, it is very right, compiler error. Now, solve the next one. Please remember the superclass version is only simple this. Here, tell me, error, error means compiler error or no error? Answer is definitely no error. Why? Because anyone wants to tell me, is it a new addition, new this? There is no Java C error, of course. And why this is? Of course, it is new. But is it a checked exception or is it an unchecked exception? Answer is unchecked exception. And you know very well, compiler doesn't force the handling of the unchecked exception. Are we clear? Yes, exactly. Your understanding is very right. Okay. Now, okay, so this was just a tester code, but like I said, the answer is already there. Now go to the next one. This is a new question, brand new question. Question 2. So read it as a separate one. So which is the exception your superclass version is throwing? IO exception. Is IO exception a checked exception? 100% yes. Now, how about this? So there is no compiler error here. I'm just asking you, what about this? Error or no error? Answer is no error, because you are not adding. You can always decide, you as in subclass version can always decide to handle the exception. So here, no error. And why reason is, only new or broader checked exception. Here you are handling the exception. So there is zero error. I hope people are clear. But one line says it all. Overriding form of the method cannot throw any new or broader checked exceptions. New, broader, and checked. That is the thing. New or broader and checked. Anyway, look at this. The third variant. This is no error because you are handling the exception. You are not adding any new. Next one. This is your throws IO exception. So this is not a question to be, I mean, this is the real question. Compile time error or no error? So the answer is no error, but you have to know a little bit about hierarchy. Yes, exactly, Anshuman, you're right. So here, what is happening is the file not found exception extends from IO exception. Okay, so IO exception is the super type, and this is your what is it? The narrower type. So this is no error since it is the it's not a broader, it is a narrowed checked exception. I'll say this properly. File not found exception extends from IO exception. Check the hierarchy. I'm not showing you that because I don't want to waste time, but you can check and you will see that IO exception is a generic exception, super type, and below that you have A of exception, not serializable exception, your file not found exception, etc. So this is no error absolutely. And now the opposite combination. Tell me, compiler error or no error? I hope people are clear. No error, people are saying. Just look at this. This is no error because you can just declare. But when I say throws exception, what is it we are having? This is of course Java C error. Why? Because here we are having, is it a new exception or a broader one? It's a broader one. Broader. Is it a checked one or unchecked one? Checked exception. And that's not allowed. So, you just can copy all of this into your IDE or you can just compile it and confirm. So I hope the bottom line is clear. The bottom line is here. Okay. So just read this and just in a half a minute, I'll be back. I'm so sorry. Okay, so this is, I hope, is everyone clear with the rule? So what is it we are saying is compiler doesn't allow your overriding form to throw or to raise or to generate any broader or new checked exception. And I think I have covered all possible examples. Like anytime you have a question or a doubt, try it out, or otherwise you can talk to me. So this was about the one remaining topic. So now what we are going to do is, since there has been a break and anyway, we always revise. So open from your earlier day help, that is day 16, I guess. Yeah. So open, please, straight transition diagram, and we can start going through the important things. So before I start with state transitions, everyone knows why threads, because it allows you to divide your process, to divide your Java application into parallel concurrent asynchronous runnable tasks, and individual runnable tasks can be attached to a thread. And if a particular task blocks, does it affect the running of the execution of the other task or does it not? Answer is it does not. So you can definitely enhance utilization of your processor also, as well as your IO resources such as devices and all that. Okay, so that is why we have entered threads. And what is the first state of threads? You know that threads do not exist. Everyone knows JVM creates two system threads. One is your main, one is your garbage collector. So whether it is system threads or whether it is User-defined threads, life cycle is the same. State transitions are the same. So here, when you talk about user-defined threads, does not exist to a new thread, which are the two different techniques. There are actually three techniques, but only two I have taken so far. Anyone? So which are the two things? One is extends, one is implements. Absolutely. So one is extends from the thread class. There's a java.lang.thread class. Or if your class is already extending from some superclass and you just want to add in the in what in your in a particular class only the execution logic, and you want to separate the creation and all that, you also have implements runnable interface approach. Okay, so these are the two techniques. And the third technique, which is based on implements runnable, and it's called as executor framework. So what happens is when I show you that executor framework, you will see that creating the thread, attaching the runnable task, starting the thread, waiting for the thread to get over so that we don't end up into a orphan scenario. All of that is managed by the framework, and you just get to focus upon actual functional logic, actual business logic. So that's your executor approach, but that we will see it later. Later means directly in advanced Java. So here, now read this. The next transition I'm talking about. So when the thread is in the new state, newly created, what it means is the instance of the thread class is just created and sitting idly, doing nothing. It's just sitting in the Java heap. But actually, the parallel flow of control, has it started execution? Answer is no. So this is your, this is the meaning of new state. So unless and until you start, unless until you call the thread classes start method, it is just going to sit. It's not going to, represent any parallel flow of control. So if you want to transition from this new to runnable, or you can say ready to run pool, what does a pool imply? Pool always implies sharing of resources. So that they are all going to, those threads which are into the ready to run pool, they are going to share your CPU and the other resources. And it also represents collection of equivalent resources. Means what? What is common between all the threads which are in this ready to run pool? You know this. The common thing is they are not blocked on any trigger, blocked on any condition. So what is the commonality they are waiting for? What is the common thing they are waiting for? They are simply waiting for CPU time. So all these threads are, as the name says, ready to run. They have all the resources they need except the CPU time. They are awaiting the CPU time. And which is the method in the thread class? So, to transition it from, what is it? New to ready to run is start. So, till this only, the transitions are under Java programmer's control, because you have to create a thread. You have to call the start method. After this, who will be actually managing the thread state transitions? Java developer or the underlying operating system? Underlying operating system is the correct answer. So JVM is like an intermediary between Java application and the operating system. So JVM will manage the interaction with the operating system, and ultimately, finally, actually, it will be all managed by the native scheduler. Our native operating system scheduler. Now, the next transition. I hope you are kept the diagram open. So I'm just giving you the description. Which is the next transition? It is from ready pool. One of the highest priority thread is picked up, and it is given CPU slice, time slice. So it is ready to running. And in this running state, the thread can execute the public void run method, which is what you have to override to supply the business logic. Okay, so this is your one half over. Now the reverse transition. That's why I said keep the diagram open with you, please. When you say running to ready, I'm not saying running to blocked yet. So running to ready, what are the triggers? If you are running in a time slice based round robin manner, multitasking system, operating system. The moment a particular thread's time slice is over, that thread will be swapped out, and the next one means the highest priority, the remaining highest priority thread will be picked up. If you are working on a preemptive type of a multitasking based operating system, if lower priority thread is running, it's running continuously, but the higher priority becomes ready to run. Higher priority will preempt the lower priority, means lower priority will be swapped out and higher priority will get a chance to execute. Or, I hope you remember, there is a yield method. So yield is what? Static or non-static method? Answer is static method. And which transition it does? It does it from running to ready. So why we are saying it is unreliable? Because it is just a request made to the JVM, made to the operating system via JVM, so that it will request that the currently running thread should be swapped out, so that some other lower priority thread or the same priority thread can be swapped in. And that is only that is to avoid the starvation of some certain threads. It is typically required in the preemptive based multitasking. Time slice based you don't require, because every thread is guaranteed to run for some time. So don't rely too much, or we are not going to write any code which is based upon thread.yield for the reason mentioned. And as a combination, anytime your thread is in the ready to run pool or it is running, this state, there is a method in the thread class called as get state. So if you use a get state, it returns you the enum, and the state it will return is runnable. There is no differentiation as far as thread API is concerned. Okay. So the next one is, anytime thread's execution logic is over, whatever is the run method, either it aborts because of the exception or its execution is simply over. So anytime run method is over, the running thread will become dead. So this is the basic part. I have yet to cover running to block. So one at a time. So famous popular questions. I mean, they won't ask you like they may or may not. What is a trigger for illegal thread state exception? That may not be the real question. Just a minute. So sorry for this. Okay, so one of the trigger for illegal thread state exception is the thread, it has already completed the execution. That's a thread is dead. And by mistake, you called the start method again. So if you remember in that thread set transition I mentioned, dead threads cannot be restarted. If you attempt it like that, you will definitely get a java.lang illegal thread state exception. And then you will back up and you will realize that something is wrong. And the other trigger is if the thread has already started, as in what? It has entered runnable and by mistake you call start again the same exception is thrown. So when it is, when you should call, when it is legal to call the start method, it is legal to call the start method on a newly created thread. If you try to call it on a dead thread or a runnable thread, all you will get is illegal thread state exception. You got this? So these are the triggers. But the most important trigger or the most frequently encountered trigger, which you will visit all the time, is from running to blocked. See this. The entire gist of multi-threading was the moment your thread, any part of the code encounters blocking, release the CPU so that some other thread can occupy it, some other thread can use it effectively. So now, most important triggers. Whenever thread is running, it comes across any blocking conditions. Immediately, the operating system will swap it out and put it in the block state. There are so many waiting state, timed waiting, so many exists, and some other thread will become run. Some other thread starts execution. So the first trigger. So what I'll do is, just a second, I've written it here, but a minute. So here in the earlier day help, I had given you, I told you, there are certain diagrams which are really important. So one is blocking and unblocking triggers. It's a summary. So it is always good to look at the summary, look in the summary manner. So left-hand side column is the reasons for blocking, and these are the unblocking triggers. So have a look at it. If the thread is blocked on sleep, you know, when I say blocked on sleep, you should imagine, you should think in code. So suppose I have written thread.sleep and the unit is in the milliseconds. I hope everyone remembers. So if I said thread.sleep 5000, so what will happen? What will be the state of the thread? If it was running earlier, it will be placed in the blocked state. It is called internally actually timed waiting, and it will pause there. It will suspend for the next 5 seconds. Everyone understands. So such a blocked thread, when it will get unblocked, there are two triggers. First one is obvious. The sleeping thread's sleep duration is over. Sleep over means sleep duration is over after 5 seconds. So anyone wants to tell me, after this is over, will it continue the execution or will it again enter the ready to run state? It cannot resume the execution, you know that. It has to enter the ready pool again. It has to again enter the competition, and then scheduler will pick up the highest priority and continue. But the point is, when it gets the chance again, whatever you had written after thread.sleep will continue. So it will simply continue after that. See the visualize from block to ready and to ready to running and continues with the execution. Okay, that was your first one. Next one. So let me say the same scenario. Suppose you had thread.sleep 5 seconds, as in 5000, and some other thread sends the interrupt signal. When I say sends the interrupt signal and all, it sounds a little complex. There's nothing complex about it. So I hope you have logged in with Java docs and your laptops and all that. So here, simply look for thread.interrupt. There's a method here. You can check. So when I say sends the interrupt signal and all, T1 and T2, how to send interrupt from T1 to T2? I'll repeat the question. First look at this. Read this much because there's nothing too much there involved. And I'll repeat my question. I said T1 wants to interrupt sleeping T2. I mean the thread T2 is sleeping and T1 wants to send the interrupt signal. Tell me, how will you write the code? First of all, yeah, T2.interrupt is a very right answer, Ashish. Where will you write it? In the T1's run method or T2's run method? In the T1's run method, absolutely. In the T1's run method, you'll simply call T2.interrupt. Who is sending the interrupt signal to whom? T1 is sending the interrupt signal to T2. Tell me, what will happen to T1? You can't predict. So it is runnable. See the words I'm using. T1 stays runnable, means it may continue running or it may be swapped out into ready pool. We don't care. But the real question is, what was the state of T2 earlier? Blocked on sleep. So anyone wants to tell me, what will happen to T2? The one whose poor thread whose sleep is interrupted, what will happen to it? Not may. This one, there's no may about it. T2, 100%. The sleep is interrupted. It is like your alarm, okay? And it will be unblocked on an exception. Which is the exception we are talking about? Interrupted exception. So go slow. T2 will go from blocked to ready to run. But has it resumed execution? Absolutely not. Whenever it gets a chance, now tell me, what will happen to this thing? T1 was sending the interrupt. Yeah, what will happen to this T2? Will it continue the execution or will it go into the cache block? No, Pallav, you're wrong. It won't start the execution from start. It is continuing, but it has got an interrupted exception. So of course it will go to the cache block and whatever, catch handler, catch block, catch all block, catch exception handler, whatever. And after that, it may continue. But typically while writing the code, we write try and catch as the outermost block in the run method. So listen to the next statement carefully. Is there any kill signal? Is there any stop signal for stopping the execution of the threads? There used to be stop methods, stop, suspend, resume, but they are all deprecated because they were prone to deadlocks. So is there really any kill signal in Java? Answer is no. But can you use the interrupt itself to stop the execution of the thread? Answer is yes, indirectly. Why? Because I hope you are imagining. I don't want to spend too much time in the basics here because we have so many things again. So here, imagine T2 sleep is interrupted. The outermost block was try catch all. On the interrupted exception, entire try block gets aborted. Execution enters the catch block, and after that run method returns. So tell me, what will happen to the thread when its run method is over? What will be the state of the thread? Dead. So that is why I said you can use effectively interrupt signal to kill a thread which is blocked on sleep. Okay, so there are interesting questions. A lot of interesting questions can be asked on the threads. So here, that is what I've just a second. Huh? So that is what my first thing is. Now listen to the next one. So this is, you remember it in points. Don't make it too complex. And of course, when you start writing, you start appreciating it more. Now imagine you got another blocking trigger. We spent time in IO, right? So imagine this is the code I'm talking about. System.in. What is system.in? Standard input. And if you remember, the type of the standard input is input stream. The moment I say input stream, it's a binary input stream or a character-oriented input stream, B or C. It's a binary input stream that I don't really care at this point. And you remember there is a read method. So it will try to read the next byte. But I'm saying user does not give you input. User doesn't give any input. User simply keeps, you have said enter, press enter to continue, for example. And user doesn't press any enter. User doesn't press anything. So what will happen to the thread? Invoker thread. The thread will be blocked on input. When I say IO, I mean input output. If you are writing huge amount of data, the thread will be blocked unless until the write operation is complete. So now understand what are the corresponding unblocking triggers. So it's very easy if you put it up properly. So if your thread is blocked on input, listen to the question correctly. If your thread is blocked on input and if you send, so it is blocked, okay? So you can visualize it is sitting in the block state. And if some other thread sends the interrupt, what will happen? So I'll give you options. The first option is thread will be unblocked. And second one is thread will not be unblocked. So tell me, block B or UN? I just want to see your this. Answer is it will stay unblocked. Absolutely correct. I've given, I mean, we have said this. Answer is, of course, if you are using the classes from java.io. If you use Java Neo, that is non-blocking IO, there is an interrupting mechanism available. But we are not talking about it. So tell me, what are the corresponding triggers for unblocking such a thread? Data made available. You are waiting for a particular, whatever keystroke or something, I mean, some data became available. Or you are executing the write operation becomes complete, then only such a thread will become unblocked. Okay, so this is what you are blocking on IO. A thread is blocked on input or blocked on output. Blocked on input is more often encountered. The only way to unblock the thread is giving him the data or data being available. Next one. What we had also talked about is a join method. So the API, let me tell you this, or you must have also felt it. The thread class API is extremely easy. It is the concept. It is the concept which is heavyweight because you have to imagine a lot. So when I say, I'll take again the example, T1 and T2, two threads having their own run methods. And in T1's run method, if I call T2.join, first tell me which thread will be blocked on join. Which thread will be blocked? Will it be this thing, T1 or T2? What will be blocked? Of course, T1 will be blocked. Everyone is right. And yes, T1 will wait for T2 means what? What are the corresponding triggers? Corresponding triggers are just a second. The corresponding triggers are specified thread completes the execution as in becomes dead. So which thread? T1 will wait till which thread becomes dead? T2 becomes dead. You got that? So that is your first proper trigger. Done. But I'm saying now, please, this I can't do it without the API. I mean, it's not fair. So please open the API. There are overloaded methods. Don't look for nanosecond version. Nanosecond is that precision you can't achieve unless until you are working on RTOS, real-time operating systems. So we are not. So coming back to point, first look at this. By now your eyes should be tuned to look at important stuff. The moment you see in the join method, a throws clause throws interrupted exception. Just keep your focus on that because I'm going to ask you a question. So look at my list. I have already given you the answer, kind of. Okay, so tell me. Suppose same scenario. In T1's run method, I say T2.join. But T2 is running continuously or it is waiting for some input. And in short, T2 is not yet over. So now some other thread, let's say T3. T3 says, T3's run method, it says T1.interrupt. Who is sending the interrupt signal to whom? T3 to T1. So all I'm asking you is, then in that case, will T1 stay blocked or will it be unblocked? You just have to pick up one option. Will T1 get unblocked or will T1 stay blocked? Of course, answer is unblocked. Somebody said block. Blocked is a wrong answer. Because you see, they have given you the public void join throws interrupted exception. Okay. So anytime you see in the methods, there are exactly three methods, guys, for you. One is sleep, one is join, one is wait. So all these three methods include in the throws class interrupted exception. So what can be said? What can be reduced? What can be confirmed from this for these three methods? All three of these methods will definitely block the invoker thread. Point one. But that's not important point. My point is sleep, wait, or join. Such a sleeping thread, a thread which is blocked on sleep, a thread which is blocked on join, and later I will also show you a thread which is blocked on wait. Can such threads be unblocked on the interrupt signal? It just uses your job is just to tell me yes or no. Answer is 100% yes. Are you getting the feel of it? So when I say interrupt signal is sent, again, from blocked to ready, ready to running. So will it continue the execution or will it abort the try block and enter the catch block? C for continue, catch for catch. Answer is it will enter the catch block. So that we had already said. Okay. So this is the answer. This is the understanding. And if you check, there is a join with a timeout. So you can, like how we have a sleep and sleep duration, here you have a join timeout. So it has now got three possible unblocking triggers. Wait a second. So suppose I have said, okay, here the T1 dot join or whatever. In T1, I said T2 dot join for 5,000. So what is the maximum time T1 can stay blocked? Tell me the maximum duration. It is 5 seconds. So before those 5 seconds, if the T2 gets over, fine, T1 will be like unblocked. If some other thread sends an interrupt signal, in T2, T3, T4, anything, again it will get unblocked. But if neither of it happens, that is, that the thread doesn't get over, you don't get an interrupt signal, you don't have to worry, you have got a timeout. So after timeout is elapsed, the invoker thread, the thread which is blocked on join for 5 seconds or whatever duration, will automatically get unblocked. So this is what we had covered on earlier day, on whatever, on day 16. So this was the just a quick recap of that. Now I need answers, honest answers as always from you. Has everyone, I know the next day your DBT sessions were starting, so I'm just asking. Have you at least got it or not, I don't know. But voice, oh, it's 100% actually. Maybe it's a glitch time or something. Network gets, okay, fine. Maybe it was the, yeah, I am repeating. Has everyone tried that even and odd printer? Anyone needs help, because exactly in 5 to 7 minutes I can help you. Anyone says that okay, we need help or this, I can solve it for you easily. Need help or have you managed it? Anyone needing help? Okay, so one of you is saying, so let us do that. No, I got your feedback. I'll just do it in a minute. Let's do this. So I hope you have at least read the requirement, because if you don't know what is asked, then it is like, it doesn't make sense. So let me just have that. Let me open that. So this was the first multi-threaded assignment. Just go through that quickly and we'll start solving. Those who have solved it can just, just confirm or help me like. So this was the problem statement. And if you see, here is the picture which tells you what is to be done and all that. So let's see diagrams. Assignment. Okay, so here. So how do you design it? Whenever you are attempting, I've already told you, in lab exam, there won't be any question on threads. But before threads, the last topic we handled was serialization, deserialization. So till then, anything and everything. Okay, so coming back to the point, whenever you are given any requirement on for writing a multi-thread application, what is the first question you have to ask is, you have to identify which thread has to do which job. So first start by drawing or designing the threads which are involved. So main thread is already a system thread, and that is going to be used as the parent thread for your own children threads. Okay, so in short, you'll be creating, main thread will be creating the instances of the child threads. So identify the job list, to-do list for your thread, main thread. So what is the job? The UI part, user interaction, user interfacing, scanner in short, will be done in main. Of course, while writing, I'll be writing this first, because otherwise it looks, I mean, you can't instantiate. Job wise, I'm explaining. So attach scanner and prompt user for the beginning of the range and the end, start and end values. But is the main thread going to look for even and odd numbers? Answer is no. We want to see the concurrency. So here, what is the job of the main thread? Main thread is simply going to create two threads. Are we going to use extends thread scenario or implements? Answer is implements was asked. Of course, additionally, you could have tried with extends also. But why implements? When I take you to executor framework, when I give you some things to read about executor framework, you will see in executor framework, creating the threads, starting the threads, waiting for the threads to get over will happen automatically. And you will be writing only something called as either a runnable task or something called as a callable task. So you are, that is how I'm preparing. preparing you. Coming back, this create the threads by attaching the runnable task and using this constructor of your tasks. The constructor we will pass. Who is going to pass what to whom? The main thread has to pass the start and end values to the even printer task and odd printer task. Okay, so this is like a common data, start and end values. And then, as explained already, we will ensure that there are no orphans. It is the it is the parent thread which will expire last, ensuring no orphans, no zombies, using a simple join API and then manually over. So now, when you focus on the tasks, there are two tasks. I mean, I'm going to copy because it is 90% same. So what it will be? What will be the class definition? Even printer task implements runnable. And here, when you say, forget these two lines if you're not sure, whether you are implementing runnable or extends from thread, what is the common thing? What is the must thing? What is the mandatory thing you have to do in either of the cases? Tell me. In either of the cases, you have to override public void run method and implement or supply your business logic. So my suggestion to beginners is don't worry about these two things in the beginning. Worry about your execution logic. In short, override, implement, public void run. So what is it you are going to write in the business logic? You can use int streams. You remember there is a Java util stream int stream. I don't mind. Or you can use the traditional approach, for loop, looping approach, imperative style. You can have for starting from start to end. Check if the number is even and print it. And what I had suggested you was, if you give a very small range, let's say 1 to 100 or 1 to 10, whatever, because user defines it, user tells you. So if the range is small, you may not even see the context switching. What I mean by that, if suppose the even printer thread gets a chance, you may see that it prints it. If you don't add any delay, if you don't add any sleep, you might see that in one time slot, in one CPU time slice, the everything is done by even, and you might think that is it really concurrent or is it sequential? So how do you quickly force? How do you force context switching, add randomness, add chaos in the system? Simply add the sleep. And if you want, you can also randomize the sleep. So this I had not told you. I know this I had not told you. But anyway, since I'm solving it, what we'll do is, instead of hard coding a number here, thread.sleep 100, I'll show you. There is a random class for random number generation in Java. And we will use that. There are methods, next int and all that. And we'll randomize the sleep. So it will be pure chaos. Chaos in the sense, any thread will get a chance and we can observe it. What will be the tiny change in that odd printer? It is the condition which changes. Here you are checking for even, here you are going to check for odd number. So tell me, is the basic discussion over? Sorry, is the basic discussion clear? I meant not over. Okay, so let's start writing. Anyone who wants to write along, definitely. But looking at the topics and the time, I can't wait for each and every one. But anytime I write a particular thing, I'll of course share that project in the zip file, zip format, and you can catch up. That we will do. So today is day 17. Another suggestion I think I have given you. Those projects which you are not going to require, you can simply close them. So starting up of your ID, starting up of your workspace can happen faster. Anyway, so let me create 17.1. I mean, we'll have multiple things. And one will have only this assignment. So let us start with runnable tasks. So here I'm creating a class. Package name itself I prefer to give runnable task. So that tells you it is not a thread. It is just representing a class which implements runnable. Time permitting, I'll also show you the lambda way. That is, you don't have to write a separate class. You don't have to write a anonymous inner class. You just replace the functional interface runnable by a lambda expression that also will try to take. So coming back, even printer. So this is your even printer task, and which is the interface you want to implement. Everyone should know the answer by now. Runnable. So too much you don't have to write. Now this part I hope everyone is clear with. As I had suggested, write a template kind of a code, so that it becomes very easy for debugging. As in, what I want to do is, I want to find out which thread has started the execution. Anyone wants to tell me how to access the name of the invoker thread? Which API? Tell me. Absolutely correct. So you have to call thread.currentThread.getName. So you can do the import static of it. What is the fully qualified name? Java.lang.thread. And I can simply say star, because there is a thread.sleep, there is a thread.yield, there is a thread.current thread, whatever you want to use, you can use. So I'm saying current thread dot get name. So this is the name of the thread, and I'll simply say started. It becomes really useful, not in such a easy one, but in a complex scenario. And here I'll say this particular thread got over. Now, just now we learned, or okay, I'll not say anything, because then it is like giving you the answer. So let me do something. So we'll write the business logic in a simple manner. Later you can replace it by definitely your int string. So coming back to this, for int I equal to, what I want to do is, I want to start with a start value. I less than, you can say less than equal, if you want the upper bound and all that. I less than equal to end I plus plus. And immediately you realize that you don't have a start and end value. So who is going to give you these start and end value? Are you going to attach a scanner here? Answer is no. Which thread is going to supply you this? Main. Are you understanding the reverse engineering approach? So now you pause here, and first you can't call run method, otherwise you will kill the concurrency. So here let us add the data members. Start. I can add start comma, and also this is preferred style. And here, what is the value of it? The instance will have the instance variables which are default initialized. So now let me generate the constructor. And who is going to call this constructor? Answer is main. How do you confirm? What I'm saying is, what is correct or wrong? Put a SOP. So here, constructor invoked by. And you know already. How do I find it out? Current thread.getName. So a small question. What will be the output here? Will it be, I'll give you choices. Main, even or odd. Answer is going to be main. And here, what is going to be the output? Main, even or odd. This we are writing at even. Suppose I give the name as even. This will be even. And the other one will be odd. I hope people are understanding. If not, like I said, ask questions always. So this is done. Super is done. This is now there is no this. And all I'm doing is printing. Oh, sorry. I have to check. Of course, I'll print, but after checking. If this is the easiest of all. Okay. So if it is equal to 0, then only I'll say even number. And just add by. That is invoked by. This is only for debugging, for your understanding. Current thread dot get name. But if I do that, and if user gives me a very small range, if you give a long range, 1 to let's say 10,000 or 50,000, you'll definitely see the context switching. But if you give 1 to 50 or 1 to 10, there's no guarantee. So invoke or force context switching. In short, What I'm saying is add sleep. But now I want to add the random value, randomize it. So this is my chance to show you how to create a random number generator in Java. This is not for cryptographically strong. Okay, for cryptography, for encryption, decryption, we use different classes. But this is only for our testing purpose. So you can open your, you can look for, there is a java.util.random class. So look for random and you can check. So there is a what is it called? Subclass secure random that is typically used for cryptographic functionality. We don't use this, but for generating random delays, I can use it. So it tells you an instance of this class is to used to generate stream of pseudo random numbers. Take it as random number generator. So what will be the first step? Create the instance of it. So this is, you don't require seeded long numbers. So random number, this is fine. So we will use it. Let's do it step by step so you don't feel lost. So here, let me open. If you want, you can create one instance of the random number in the main thread and pass it to two threads. But that technique I have already shown you. So here, can I declare a random number type of reference here? Answer is yes. So let's say random. Both approaches are possible. So anyone wants to tell me, what is the relationship between even printer task and this random number? Is a, has a, or uses a? I hope you are saying has a. It is nothing but declaring a reference. Actual object will be stored elsewhere. Let me not get distracted. Too many topics for distraction. So in short, this is initialized to value of null. But anyway, now you have this. So you can always, sorry. This is all extra. I'm not at all saying you have to randomize the sleep, just showing you with a small example in case you wanted. So here, new random. You could have done it right here, but generally since we have a constructor, best practice is to initialize it from the constructor. So how many instances are created? It is one per thread. In odd number, it will have its own random number. Can I do the sharing? 100% yes. Create it in the main thread and pass it along. Both approaches will be equivalent. Going ahead. Now, so now I'll show you the API. I want the sleep in, actually it is long, but I can convert into long. So look for a method here. There is a method called as nextInt. Of course, there is a next long also. You can use whatever you like. NextInt. So what it does is it will return any integer. But I don't want to give a zero, thread.sleep 0, because sometimes. So the point is, I want to give the upper bound. So can you see this? There is a overloaded version, nextInt, and read this description. And I'll ask you a small question. When you say nextInt with a bound, is it an upper bound or is it a lower bound? URL bound, absolutely correct. Lower bound is not there. So here, a small. This is not to really do with the threads, but here, suppose I want to have the sleep ranging from, let's say, 100 milliseconds to, let's say, 500 milliseconds. Okay. I want the random sleep, thread.sleep, which can be any random 500. So give me the code. Okay, sorry. I have got already this thing import static, so I can just say sleep. Here, how do I generate the random number here? Tell me r1 dot next int. So here I want the initial value as 100, so I can say 99. Oh, sorry. It's a upper bound. I said 499, suppose, and here I can say +1. Are you understanding a little bit of math here? So I'll say r1 dot next int with a bound Suppose I keep the bound of, so, oh, sorry, it will be 500, right? 0 to 499, my mistake, plus, I'm missing it, 400. So it will be 399. And if I see 499, any math you can have. Is it? I'm doing my math is horrible. So 100, and first will be 100, and then it will be very this. So it will be 399 to be extremely precise. So what will be the first value? The range begin with the offset of 100, that is 100 itself. So 100 to 401 minus 1, that is 500. So you can achieve it easily, or you could have just done this. But I don't want to start it with 1, so the value is here. Okay, so that is what is the answer. Now I have a question. Quickly, focus on the other important things. So take a look at here. Tell me, why there is a compiler error? I hope you remember. Unhandled checked exception. Which is the checked exception it is looking for? Or rather, it may have the interrupted exception. So now think and answer. Otherwise, the whole effort is like lost. Can I add to satisfy the compiler? There are two options. One is throws, delegation. One is the actual handling try catch. So if I use here throws, what will happen? Compiler error or no error? Answer is compiler error. Somebody saying no error, then you have forgotten, or maybe you joined late. Here, this error will disappear, but there is a compiler error appearing here. Anyone wants to tell me why? We just did that in the first thing in the morning. Exactly. Ranjit has got it right already. Overriding form of the method cannot throw any new check exception. Are you understanding it? So if you learn anytime executor framework, there is a callable interface and a call method. So that is allowed to throw the exception. Run cannot. So anyone, what is the only option here? How do I satisfy the compiler? The only way is you can click on it and you can check. It doesn't give you throws option because it knows overriding form, etc. So the only way is wrap it in a try catch block. So we always do that. Whatever is the entire business logic, I'm putting it in a catch all. I am not even putting catch interrupted, any exception. And as always, let me be precisely showing which thread got which error. So this is, I hope, kind of complete. Let's just see in case I have missed out on something. So I'm creating this. Once again, I'm saying this can be passed from the main thread. So here I'm creating a random instance of random number. This is a random number generator. Random numbers are not yet created. Okay. And then I'm going over the range, checking if it is even, and then applying the sleep, which is from the range from 100 to 500. Just some range. I'm not specific about it. You can change the numbers and doing the job. Yes, of course. But Akash, what happens is math.random check. It returns you double, and then you have to scale it to again by multiplying the number. So I find this is easier. Now, let us focus on the other one. There is no other method. Math.random means always returns your double random number. That's the reason. So now let me be faster because, this was a easier one. Odd printer task. You know that the thing will be almost the same. Only the criteria will be different. So this is, okay, this is your copy odd printer task. Same things can be here. And only thing is here, I'm saying not equal to. You would say that I can do it in one thread. Of course, you are doing it with one thread. The whole idea is to see the concurrency. So this is all, I think. So tell me openly, those who had not completed it, are they clear? because those who have completed it is just a revision for them. But those who have not completed, are those clear? And of course, in a minute after testing, I'll be sharing the code with you. So now the only thing I have to do is I have to write a tester here, which will create these threads. Sorry, I'll create the threads by attaching the task, start it, and then wait for the threads to finish the execution. So let's add a tester here. Something S threads. This is just for testing concurrency. So this is where your scanner and all that is. So keeping up with the tradition, I'm adding just a print stack trace here. Scanner. Asking user. This part is too easy to explain. Of course, anytime you are not sure why I'm doing it, definitely ask. And now the real stuff begins. Till now, there is only one thread. If you don't count your garbage collector, there's only one thread running in the system. So now we'll say create a thread by attaching runnable task instance and start the same. Okay, so we are going to do that in steps. So let me start with, okay, sorry, I did not revise. Anyone wants to tell me which constructor? There are so many constructors of the thread class which can be used. So which is the constructor we are talking about? Line number 29. Just a second, Prachi, after this. So yeah, parameterized constructor is fine. So let me ask you, what are the two arguments? Of course, a parameterized constructor, but which one? So there is one with a runnable task, one without the runnable task. So do I need to pass the runnable task or not? Is the question being asked. Of course, yes. Otherwise, how will it know whether to execute the run method of an even printer or odd printer? So that has to be passed. So there is a what? Wait a second. 29 line, I'll just explain in a minute. So here you have a constructor which takes in runnable instance. You can say that. And if you want to give the name by yourself, here you can supply the name of the thread. Okay. So let me check what is that line number 29. Okay. This line number is not clear. Somebody was asking me. So solve it from inner to outer. Tell me. I'll highlight. Can you tell me what is the range of numbers highlighted code will give you? Respond fast. It is 0 to 400. Absolutely correct. Exclusive of the upper bound. And when I offset it with 100, it is what? 0 to 400 is offset by 100 to 500. So this is what I achieved here. And when I say sleep, it is, you remember we have said static import. So thread.sleep, the even printer thread, when you attach it to this task, will either sleep from 100 to 500, any random number. That was the explanation. Okay, same thing in the odd printer. Next one. So let's create one. So let's say thread T1, new thread. Now check. Here I'm using this constructor, one which takes a runnable instance and the name of the thread. So this is going to be the instance of the class which implements runnable. So let's say this is a even printer thread. So even printer task. So here I have already got the start and end values. And let me give the name as even. Or anything, I mean, you can decide. Okay, so till now, okay, sorry, forget till now. What is the state of T1 here? Is it does not exist, new, runnable or dead or whatever? Answer is new. It has not yet started. Okay, so let me create the another thread also. New thread. Now this time I'll be attaching which task? Odd printer task. Now you'll realize why I read these values and stored it in a local variable, because I needed to pass it to two different threads. So start and end is the same. and the name of the thread is R. So now here your T2 is also in a newly created state. Unless until you call start, it is going to be still a single threaded system. T2.start. So now at this point, what is the state of T1 and T2? You can't predict whether it is running or whether it is waiting in the ready pool. So simply refer to it as runnable. You know, it is a combo of ready or running. And then let us wait. Let us wait for your main thread. A parent thread has to wait for child threads to finish execution. But I can't add any sleep here because if you give the range, if you means user 1 to 10, it will get over fast. 1 to 10 million, it will take such a long time. In short, let us wait properly. So I'll add a word main waiting for child threads to complete execution, which I can't predict at the time of writing. So which is the method is join. And I'm not giving any timeout or anything. Why I'm not giving any timeout? Because I don't know how long it is going to take. So it is indefinitely and it is T2. So here, who is waiting for whom? Main waiting for T1 to complete the execution. And here, main is waiting for T2 to complete the execution. Until that time, it will get blocked. It will stay blocked. And here I'm saying T1 dot. Just to remind you of that API which you have already discussed other day, but it was like a long session. And then I'm saying here, so of course there will be 100% false because unless and until they are dead, your join method doesn't return. And at the end, I'm saying main over. So orphan or no orphan here in a guaranteed way. Of course, answer is no orphan scenario. Okay. So let me just test it once and then I'll create a zip of it and share immediately. So suppose I give a range as something into 50, any range you can give. You can let this. Why does that? Oh, I think I know what is a mess. What is a mess I've done? Copy pasting problem. So when I said copy, so many of you, 220 of you are here and nobody helps me. So here, odd number. This was the, because you know, when you see the wrong out, I mean, when you see something wrong, your basic concepts are shaken. So let that not happen. Am I getting this properly? Just look at it. Okay, so let's analyze the output and then I'll share this code immediately. So what does this tell you? Who is invoking, who is creating those thread class instances? I'm so sorry, the task instances main. See, this is proof of concept. This is your understanding. Okay, so I'm telling you that it is still under the main's control. Then after this point, can you tell me which all threads are actually runnable in the system? Your choices are main, T1, even or odd. Answer is only even odd. What is the state of main here? Blocked on join. You remember the code T1.join. So now it has started the threads. See, the don't look for a particular order in the output. If you run it, when I share it in the next minute, you might see odd started first and then even. That cannot be predicted. But you can see that the range, you know, 10 to 50. So here, what does this tell you? Even printer printed 10 or printer printed 11. But guys, can you see? This is what I want your understanding. See, it is not part of the lab exam. That doesn't mean threads are not important. They're super important. But I know your hectic schedule. So if I put too much pressure, even basics, you won't be able, I mean, then the whole thing goes into the pressure zone. So this was just to reduce the pressure, but that doesn't mean for interviews, I told you, collection of basic OOPS concepts, collection, IO and threads. IO also, you can just say serialization, deserialization. but it is very important. So just don't ignore. Currently, yes, you can, but later you have to spend good time. So coming back to the point quickly, what does this tell you? This should tell you that there is no control, no JVM's control over the execution. Here, what can you see easily? The scheduler, the operating system is giving back-to-back two chances to even printer thread. You can see that immediately. Then sometime, because it is all random sleep. You remember we have randomized the whole sleep. So it is totally unpredictable. So you can, pick up some sample. The point I'm trying to make is don't expect to see that once the even number, exactly, even number thread gets a chance and then odd number. If you want to have such a sequential output, you will have to wait for two more topics. One is the synchronization, which is the next topic I will start, and the next one is the just synchronization alone is not sufficient, so you will have to apply inter-thread communication like Akshay said. But Akshay, you can't directly jump to ITC. First you have to yeah, exactly, Vipin. This one. Just wait. Let me finish a statement. So here, those will give you guarantee. I'm talking to Vipin. This thing. So here, tell me, Vipin. Even when you don't use the random number generator, who is controlling your threads? Are you controlling it? Java controlling, or is your operating system controlling? OS is controlling. So that is the whole point. It is totally out of your control. Run it 20 times. Exactly, a sync says it all. So here it is totally beyond your control. So don't expect any order. So let me just show you. Show you means let me send you this, the zip file, and then we'll proceed to the next one in case anyone requires it. 17.1. Okay, so I have sent you. Anyone who wants to have a look at it can definitely take it. No, yeah, race condition and all. Yes, it is. That is what is exactly is the synchronization. So this was your first one. Now the next one. We have not yet reached the synchronization part. Yeah. So you can run it with any ranges, and you can see that unless until your threads are dead, your main is not getting over. So now let us take you to the next one. But I don't want to like anyone has tried this adding the collection and IO and threads. This was all extra. I totally get it. So you may or may not have done it. Anyway, let me not even this. Are you understanding what I'm asking you? The extra parts. But like I said, I did not expect too much knowing your schedule and all. Some of you have tried it. Very good. But let's do it for everyone. Only thing is, I'm not exactly going to solve it because time is the only thing. So here, student has an address. So that part you can take care. The basic part, the threads related important part, of course, I'll solve. So why don't you first read what I had asked you and a little bit slightly different one, which does not involve too much time. I'm going to solve it. Don't worry. On threads, we are not compromising. So read this because some of you may not have even got time to read this. I think you must have read it, completed. Student class and all, I don't think anyone requires. This part I'm not taking. I mean, I'm giving it to you as a homework. I have to have collection utils. And now, just to show you the asynchronousness or concurrency in threads, let one thread create a file containing sorted data as per one criteria, other one concurrently writing. I'm not saying write to the same file. That sharing of resources is not yet there. So we'll have two separate files. Here, again, I'm going to take a shortcut because this is your assignment. So you will end up solving it later. I mean, whenever you get time. So if I write it as a binary file using naturally not synchronization, serialization, I'll have to write a deserializer to read it back. And that again involves more time. Otherwise, how can you expect? You can't do this. So we will write it as a text file. So you can just look at it and you can tell me, or we can check whether it is correct or wrong. Okay. So I had already drawn some diagram. Let me show you. So, just a second. Okay. So have a look at this. Oh, this was not the one. Okay. So again, 100% execution, I mean, solving of assignment is not there, but sufficient I'm doing. So here it is a subject base. We can check it, change it to GP and all that. Just read the objective part. The objective was quite clear. You already know collection, you know of IO, just add the concurrency to the whole application. And you know this application. So like I suggested, I have given two criteria. So I'm doing it with two child threads. If you say I have other criteria, simply add a thread and do the same things. So as always, let me first give you the, okay, anyhow, I mean, I can explain it anyhow. So which are the threads we are talking about? Main thread and two sorter threads. So here, what will be the job of the main thread? Here, I'm not really taking any student details from user. I'm hard coding it in our collection utils. So get this sample data, which is already populated from collection utils. Hash map is just to give you, what do you say, more practice, but you can choose list, you can choose set. Set, I won't suggest you set. Choose again, you have to override equals hash code and all that. So now you can create a thread by creating the instances. And here you are going to pass the same hash map to both the threads. So there will be a single copy of a hash map shared between these sorter threads. And then you as a main thread will simply wait for the children threads to complete the execution. And the last thing will be main getting over. So tell me openly, are these four to-do lists, to-do points, clear or not clear? Can you visualize it? Everyone can visualize it? Okay. So now come to the threads part. So in addition to the map, since there are going to be five, so you will have collection utils, you'll have IO utils, you'll have the whole stuff plus threads. So I will accept the name of the file. I've not written in this diagram, so I'll just add on. So here students map and the file name. So let us look at one thread because other one only thing which will change is the sorting criteria. So always identify the run method first. So you have to implement. If you go whichever way, I'm just suggesting. So tell me, I'm recapping your collection part. Are we talking about sorting as per key-based criteria or value-based criteria? Everyone knows the answer. It's a collection. There's nothing, no threats about it. Value-based. So can you do it using the tree map? Yes or no? Answer is no, because tree map is a sorted map, but sorted as per the key-based criteria. So what we do? Of course, there are methods in the hash map, for that additional, but I'm going the simple way. So convert the hash map to collection of values. If you say, no, I have already got too many things on my plate, I don't want to start with functional programming, so drop the stream part of it. You can directly have a collection. From collection, copy those references to the list, array list, linked list, vector, anything. Array list or linked list are preferred, array list being the simplest. And then you use collections.sort, and then you use the IO utils and write it either in a, the original problem statement says binary file using serialization. Current shortcut is write it in a text file using your print writer and the stuff. So I'll stay quiet. Tell me, is the business logic of the thread, is the thread execution logic, can you visualize? You have written it so many times, but that was done in a single thread. I'm just splitting it over multiple threads. That is all, nothing. So I hope people can manage. And then you will see you don't have a hash map, you don't have a file name. So we will add the state. Which two data members we will add? A map of students and the file name. And using the constructor, who will be passing these details to whom? Main thread will be passing these details to your date of birth based sorter, GPA based sorter, subject based sorter, course based sorter, anything. So tell me, again, open the, of course, is the design clear? Can everyone visualize it? Okay, so let's start writing. And some of the code I'm just copying from readymade because otherwise I can't simply fit the topics. Again, it will go till the end of today, which I don't want to. So where is that readymade code somewhere? Let me open the next project and then copy it. One project only you look at in a increasing complexity kind of manner. So let me create a new one. And let me copy certain code. This is your comments. So have a look at it. It's nothing different at all. So this is your student, which has thing. Only thing is the date is now, oh, I'll have to change it. Anyway, it will happen in a minute. I don't want to use this date. What is it I'm going to replace it by? Everyone knows. So local date. So you don't require any longer this. This has to be replaced by local date. I'm just replacing old API by the new API. And there's nothing like formatting. The local dates toString itself returns you the formatted one. Are you clear on what I did? I had copied the code earlier, so it was an old one. So I just replaced date by local date. Something is wrong. Oh. Tell me, is the student class clear to everyone? Yes or no? Okay, so now let me see the other one. Okay, a small question. If you solve the original assignment, original means the one which tells you to store it in a binary format. It's change or no change. Okay, the answer is change. Which change you will have to make? What is it you will have to do here? If I ask you to serialize the data, of course, you'll have to implement, your student has to implement the serializability. Student implements serializable, and then you can generate either generated serial version unique ID or the easier one or the preferred one is default serial version unique ID. Okay, so that we said. Now I think I have got a utils which, generates a map. Again, I have a problem there. So why it is having a problem? Wait a second. Where it is? Just a second. Oh yeah, it is no longer SDF. What is it we are going to use is import static. You remember local date class has got itself a parse method. So I'll just import static that java dot. Whenever you have time, you can definitely look at it. Local date dot parse. Okay, so I think the error should go away. and the subject angular react doesn't exist. Wait a second. Oh, this was for DBD, I guess. Okay. This was what? Angular I have. I'll just check what other things I'm missing on. You got DBD also. Are the errors gone? Okay. So focus here. There's nothing difficult happening here. Creating this is a, wait a second, Control Shift O to get rid of all unnecessary imports, fixing imports in short. So here, as per the norm, add, if you just want to add the static methods, best approach is use interfaces. So use the interface. Getting a hash map, you can replace it by map also, doesn't matter. Empty map. And this data, I did not want to waste time. So I just got some random data added, and that's it. So this part is done. What else will I require is the methods. Wait a second. So student class is done, collection utils is done. And in the here, let me see what copied I had done, what copy I have made. Okay, it is working with a text file only. So take a minute on this. I'll just replace this by interface. You start looking at the code. And then I don't record this. Okay. So I've got a array list here. I can replace it by, okay, let's do that way. I was going to replace it by stream, to be honest with you, but let it be as it is. So just have a look at it. Anything you are not clear with, ask. This is text data plus buffering. There's no stream here. Okay, so I hope you are remembering some part of IO. I hope you have revised sometime. This is the name of the text file, which will come all the way from the user. And then you are having an unbuffered character data stream, which is a node stream, which is wrapping your device. And print writer is such a powerful one that it can give you print, println methods. It can convert your character into 2 bytes, all the things included. So here, all I'm having is a chain, which is print writer, wrapping your file writer, wrapping your text file. And then, for each, I'm not even converted to string. So array list is iterable. And here I'm using the for each method, and each and every record, I'm writing it to the file. So I hope people are clear. So start answering the questions, please. The main thread is going to give to the user defined threads a hash map. So can you tell me, how will you convert? This is all collection again. How will you convert a hash map into a sorted list? Give me the operations. Are you understanding my question? I'll repeat it. So just now I explained, but it is good to get it from here. From hash map to a sorted this. Exactly. So you can go from hash map to collection using values. And your comparator and all that, and you can do that. Everyone is clear here? So let's do that. Only thing is, I don't like the specific list part of it. So I'll say any list. You will know why I'm changing it. Because then I can show you the imperative style and the functional programming style, anything. So now let us go to collection utils. Let me ask you a specific question. Which thread is going to call this method? Your choices are main, GPS sorter, or DOB sorter. Main is going to call it. Everyone is clear? So the threads do not have the access to sample data. Our user defined threads do not have access to the sample data. Only the main thread has it. And now we are going to write two methods. Actually, I can combine it into one. Just let me see. Can I combine it in one? Yes. We are going to write one sort method. This is again focus is on collection. I have not yet entered the threads. So add a static method to return. I'm writing it in a full-fledged manner, so you can help me in writing the solution. To return sorted list of students. You'll say why you are thinking in list, because my API IO utils is taking list. Change it to set and you can write it in set. You can convert it into tree set. So this is the simpler one. To return the sorted list of students as per specified criteria. So which criteria we have? Either I'm going to sort it as per the question date of birth based or the GPA based. So I have a okay, read this line first. And I'm asking you a basic question. I want to sort it as per date of birth or I want to sort it as per GPA. So in this case, am I going to require two methods or can we manage it with one? I'll repeat the question slowly. I have not yet entered threads, as you are aware. This is all earlier revision. I said, this job, for completing this job, I can always write two methods. Which two methods? Sort details as per DOB. I can think of sort another method, sort students as per GPA. But I'm saying, can you combine it in one method? Answer is yes. I can do it in one method, single method we can manage. And that is where again I'll get a chance to show you that higher order function concept where the functionality can be passed. Exactly. So here, so we are going to do it. I'm again saying, guys, take it at your own pace. I'm not at all pushing you that you have to. If you can understand two methods approach, one is sort as per DOB, one is sort fixed methods. Sort as per GPA, I'm fine. I'll accept that. But see, as my job, I should always show you better or something which is more exciting. So start. It is going to be a public method. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the return type? Let's do it faster. Otherwise, again, threads time will have to compromise then. So tell me, it is going to be any list. It's not an array list because the API doesn't give me that. What will be the type of the list? It's a student list. And I'll say sort student details. And here, let me ask you, who is going to call this method? Your choices are main or children threads, child threads or main. These are the child threads, right? Your child threads will be calling it. So now do reverse engineering and tell me, what is it you will pass? What are the arguments you will pass here? What is the argument you'll require here? Your child thread is going to call it is absolutely correct. Lambda is fine. A map, yeah. So see this. You have got a map from the parent thread. So one has to be a map. I can say hash map, linked hash map, tree map, whatever. I'm just generalizing it. So here, if I say map, then this method becomes little restrictive. It can take only a map. So I'm just, saying that today I'm passing a hash map, fine. Tomorrow I might be passing a linked hash map or whatever, any property or any class. So here let's say students or simply say map. And here I have to pass a function. I have to pass a function which is going to represent my comparison criteria. So you know all functional interfaces are the heart of functional programming. So which is the functional interface you want to pass here? I'm not going to pass here lambda. I'm going to pass here functional interface reference, which can be replaced by. No. Comparing is a method. Pallav and Vipin. Comparator is the functional interface. Absolutely right. So here, because I can always pass a comparable, but then that becomes my student class has to implement. So the functional interface reference is comparator. Again, at the cost of repeating, if you don't like this approach, if you don't understand it, don't mind. Create two different methods. So first argument will be still required. Comparison function doesn't have to be supplied that way. Okay, so comparator, of course, of the type student. And let's say something, just using this. It's the imports. And here, now, so I'll just satisfy the compiler by returning null, otherwise it will keep cribbing. So now you focus. You already know the whole stuff. So start answering. First conversion. Map cannot be sorted. Of course, there is a Java API, but I'm not taking that here. Map. So how do I convert it to collection of values? You know the answer. Map.values. So which is the conversion we are doing here? Map to collection of type V. And V type is your what? Student. Now, I can always do it in multiple lines, but you know, when you attach the Java 8 streams, I can do it in one line. So here, convert the collection to stream. Don't use parallel stream here because you will lose the order then. So you have got a stream. So what is the conversion now? It is collection to the stream. And which stream you have, just take the cursor there and you will see it is stream of student type. Okay, so this source operation is done. Now, which is the only operation, not only, which is the next operation anyone wants to tell me? You can do it in this. Filtering is not required, Akash, because I'm not saying by a particular subject. If I said, give me the students in Java as per this, then you would write. Exactly. So there is a method called as sorted. One which works with the natural ordering. We don't want that. The next one which works with the, what is it called? Custom ordering. And that custom ordering functional interface reference is coming. So here I will write the imperative version also. This first I'm writing the functional version. Okay, so here now what is it you have? Tell me, what does this return? This was sorted or unsorted. This was unsorted. Now with lab exam oncoming, don't don't get disturbed. If you are settled on non-functional programming using for each and using loops and all, continue with that. But somewhere sooner or later, do upgrade. Do upgrade yourself to this style. Anyway, so what is it I have got now? I have got stream of students which are sorted or unsorted. It is sorted. So technically speaking, I could have returned, I could have just returned this open stream to the caller. But the way I had written IOUtils, it requires the list. So I can't do that. So now this was your source of the Java string. This is what will you call it? Is it an intermediate operation or is it a terminal operation? I or T? It is a intermediate. Because just take the cursor there and you'll see it returns you a stream against stream result. So of course it is an intermediate operation. And what will be the final operation now? I want to collect it into a list, right? So that final operation is nothing but collect. Don't worry, those who are not so comfortable, I'll definitely write the traditional code also in 2 minutes. So collect, and the collect argument is another interface. You can see that it's a collector function basically. So I can pass, there is a class, which is the name of the class is collectors. It is also from java.util.stream. And then there are ready-made methods. There are so many interesting methods. Okay, there are group by, there are so many. So there is a one function called as toList. And the whole thing happens in one liner. So let me just have this. This is your collect operation. And this is your terminal operation. Okay. So this is doing the whole job. Oh, sorry. Okay, in one line. So convert, all these things are written, but knowing that lab exam and all that, people start feeling disturbed that not a word is reaching. Maybe. I'm not saying. So for them, don't go this door. There's no time pressure on this. You learn it whenever you can. So if I do it the imperative way, can you tell me? Or, I'm saying or. So let us go the old way. So what is that old way? You can create some list, array list, linked list vector. So suppose I say array list. Some part I will at least write. Or okay, let us traditional full. Something. List, new, array list. And you remember there is a collection based constructor. So how do I get the collection of values? This part remains the same. This is full, non-functional, imperative, everything you are doing. So what does this return? Collection of values. And you yourself are copying it into array list. Are we clear? Are we clear on line number 47, please? Either way, if you understand this functional approach, great. You don't even look at this. But otherwise, okay? And now everyone knows collections dot sort. And here, what is it we are going to use is list to be sorted. And the second argument is comparator. Okay? And here you can return the sorted list to the caller. So whichever approach you want to use, I would definitely, I mean, ultimately, I will say that in your projects and all, show your functional programming skills as much as possible. But today, tomorrow, like I said, if you're not yet upgraded, if you did not have time to revise all of that, this at least minimum expectation is this code should be clear. Is everyone clear on the highlighted code at least? If you don't understand that functional programming? Okay, so you can, like I said, any approach is going to give you the same result. So I hope I'm not made any mistakes. Fine. So this is still a higher order function where you are passing the behavior. So this is enough time spent on collections and all. So collection utils is done, IO utils is done. Now I just have to put it together. So let us write a thread part. I mean, runnable task. So we got core details, core classes, you got all utils. Now let us create a runnable task. So I'm again giving the same. And let's say, what is it? Let's say DOB sorter. Date of birth sorter. Anything. The criteria, you know, you can have compound criteria also, multiple fields criteria. DOB sorter task. What is it? It is going to implement from runnable interface. And let's do that. Okay. So now tell me, what is it which your main thread is going to give to this task? You know the answer. What are the two things which we are going to get it from main thread? Map of data, absolutely, map of students, and the name of the file. So let me declare it as state private map string comma student, right? You know, variable names do not matter. And here, okay, and I'll take a file name. Add the constructor. And now I'll not waste your time by saying invoked by, but if you are not sure, definitely do that. And it will be definitely invoked by your main, because main is going to pass all these values. Now, looking at time and in general, let me copy that template code, that thread started, thread over and all that. So I don't waste time. Only thing which will change now is the task, the business logic. The template doesn't change generally. So here, what I'll do is, I'll remove the only thing which will keep changing is this. So let me copy this as a template somewhere so that anytime we write a next task, you can get this. So thread started, thread over and all that. Now tell me, now your participation begins. So identify in a comment. I have got a map. So what is it I'll have to do first? Sorting first or saving the details first? Simple questions I'm asking. You have to do the sorting first. So let's do that. Sort. This is what DOB sort. The DOB, yeah. Sort student details as per date of birth. So again, here you can create a separate class, anonymous inner class or whatever. Anyway, let's go slow. So once I say this, I hope you remember. Wait a second. What is it you have to pass? You have to pass a comparator instance. So which are the three different ways in which I can do it? I can write a class, DOB based comparator, and pass the instance. In short, a separate class and instance, pass the instance. What is the second approach? Little better approach, anonymous inner class. Or the third approach is your lambda expression. And the fourth one is the method reference. Okay, so here let's do that. I'll not write all 4 versions. It is a time-wise killer. So here, so let's do this. So you have to call whose method? The collection utils method. So import static utils collection utils, and which method I'll require is the students. Okay, so it is just a calling method. Sort student details. I've got the map by the name students, and here definitely I'm going to add the lambda expression. So easy one first. Not easy one. Now let me go and finish it. So open this much of a revision. This I'm not going the traditional way. Again takes time. So if I say other way, you'll have to write in the brackets. What is that? S1, S2, and what we are. This takes the same time. So I might as well write. This is your lambda way, not the method reference way. So here we'll say S1 something, some variable names, right arrow, and here S1 dot get DOB base dot compare to S2 dot get. Will I require one more? This. Are you clear so far? Is everyone 100% clear? Okay, so this is fine. But like I said, climb a lay this step and reduce this. So here I'm saying I had taken this earlier somewhere. I don't remember exactly where. You have open comparator. There is a comparing method, static method, which just requires a function. You just have to tell the function that which is that sorting criteria function. So see the reduction in the code, and forget reduction. It adds so much of readability. The method somebody was already suggesting, comparing. So what it takes is the function, and that function is whose function that is? That is a function of a student class. So which is the criteria we have got? Date of birth sorter. So here you can add if you like. Again, I'm saying no pressure, absolutely. If you even understand this much, that itself is great. And here I'm saying a method. You remember a method reference is the ultimate reduction where you can even concise, optimize your lambda expressions. And that's it. So whichever one you use, it will give you the same result. Now, let me just, okay. So I can do it in one line. You can do it in 2 lines, your choice. Tell me, if you say, just see this, I'm assigning it to the new local variable. So it is giving me the sorted list. Now, what is the next step I have to do? You can combine it in one step, in one go. Store sorted details in a file. So whose method I have to call now? IOUtils method. Import static utils IOUtils store data. I'm not doing a restoring job here. You can extend this assignment. So here store data, and all you are to pass is sorry, what is it I'm doing? Store data and name of the file and the list to be sorted. Then I'm just adding the line here. Sorted student details as per what? Date of birth. Are we clear? I said I could combine these 2 lines into one line by calling store data and passing this. But even if you understand it in multiple lines, it is fine. Clear or lost? Tell me openly. Are we clear? Okay. So whichever way you uncomment this, you keep this your choice. So this is, I think we are done with one. Yeah. So now let me make a copy because the business objective is so similar. DOB sorted. GPA sorter task. Okay. And here all I have to change is, what is the only thing I'll have to change? Anyone wants to tell me the line number? What is it? I made a copy from DOB sorter, date of birth way sorter to GPA sorter. Tell me the line number, please. Line number 33 is a very right answer. And you see, with functional programming, of course, I mean, without also things, only criteria, but here I wrote it for this reason. So easy one. So all you are passing is the comparison criteria, and the store data details, utility doesn't care. All it requires is a list. Whether we pass a list as per which criteria, sorted as per which criteria, it doesn't matter. Only thing here again, I will change this to as per the G. Okay. So which layers we are done? This is a good example, not too complex, but definitely a medium-sized example where you get to, revise all the things learned so far. So you have got basically the core classes, collection utilities, IO utilities, and whatever we were doing in a single threaded manner, I'm just splitting it into multiple threads. So the last step is always the point of integration, which is your tester UI part. Collection IO with threads. And then let's start with the standard things. System. And just let me ask questions to user. Sorry. Enter file name or date of birth list. File name for DOB based sorting and GPA based. I'm just trying to reduce the efforts. So now, user will give me, I'll read that. But what I want to do is, create threads, by attaching tasks and start them. So let's do it in lesser lines. Thread T1. Which constructor you want me to use? The moment you say implements runnable, you don't have these choices. So use runnable target and string name. So here the first one is DOB based. So let's do that. Sorry. So you have to pass the instance of, I forgot something, I realized. What I forgot is, it is going to require the map. Date of birth sorter, if you have forgotten, it is going to require map of students and the file name. So first I have to get populated sample data. So that part I had forgotten. So let me first have that. Static. This is all. I hope it is repetitive enough. Populate map and just control 1 and use assign statement to a new local variable. So we are still single threaded. Our application does not have multiple threads yet. Soon we are going to make it asynchronous concurrence and having parallel threads. So this part I hope is clear. Now, what is the first thing it is going to require is the map. So let me pass that map. And which is the next thing it is going to require is the file name. So if you are giving a path with white spaces, give sc.nextLine. But I'm going to just create it in the same folder. So this is nothing but your file name. And this is the name of the thread. So this is printing what? DOB. First I said DOB. So let me call it as the DOB based this. Or you can say DOB based. Anyway, this is. I will write the next line. In the meantime, you focus on this. Have I got any new questions? Yeah, so earlier one. So there is a thread T2, new thread. So this is going to do the job of GPA based sorting. So runnable target, which is the task I'm going to pass here, new GPA sorter. And what are the two arguments I have to pass is the same map, and the file name will be sc.next. And here, let me give the name of the thread as GP. So take a moment and tell me, are you clear so far? Your threads are still created in the new manner. There is nothing like you have not yet started all the threads because I have not yet. Yeah, there's only main thread running. So as usual, even not start. This will be automated. All this what I said, except the writing the runnable part, runnable logic will be all done automatically by executor framework later. So T1.start, T2.start, and then let main. Now I'll not add waste time because again it takes time to write. T2.join. You know, parent thread is waiting for the children threads to finish execution. I was thinking not against it, but let me not do that. Main waiting for child threads. And here main over. So just confirm whether I have done things in a correct manner. Yes, join is the last thing. So I think we are done here. Let's confirm. So I'm getting the map. I'm passing that map to different threads. Then starting the threads, main waiting for child threads. And let's do that. So later, when you start actually spending time on it, you can take a look at it in a sequential. Sequential means step by step, you can trace it. So let's try doing this. So first the DOB, it's a text file. So DOB.text, suppose I say any text, you can, you don't have to give the same extension. sc.next. So let's say gpa.text. Some file. So as you can see, this is your main out of the competition. Date of birth based sorted, GPA based sorted, sorting details as per this, all good. I mean, they got over. So now let us confirm by looking at the files. I've kept it purposefully in the same folder. So I hope you are able to see this. Take a look at it and confirm. This was what? DOB based. So 317, 12, 9, 96. You also checked. I've just got 10, 12 samples. I don't know really. I just copy pasted some things. 97, 97, 29, and yes. Okay. So this looks good. Okay. As per this, you can of course add more details, more this. And let's see whether you got a 9.08. So this was just to give you a feel. So let me make a copy as promised. And I'll make a zip of it and share. So if you want to import it, definitely go ahead and do that. I'm sending you this on WhatsApp group also. Okay, I'll do that in a minute. Wait a second. What is it I was going to do this? I'll do here first. 17. And let me put it on our WhatsApp group as well. I'm putting it separately. Yeah. So both of them I've shared. So this was an example of earlier stuff. I have done both. I've done both 17.1 also, 17.2 also. Okay, a quick recap of what we did. Fine, Pratul, no problem. Here, this is what we did. Ek second. That is why the diagrams help you. So start with the basics. Here I have taken certain shortcuts. Which shortcuts I'm talking about? You won't have the sample data. So you will have a switch case. You will be taking the details from user that these are the students to be enrolled in a particular course. So anyway, let me not distract. Let me just recap what we did so far. So main thread, which is your point of starting point, we got the sample data from collection utils in the form of a map can be replaced by any collection. Is the first point clear? So this is done in a sequential manner because this is only once in a entire lifetime kind of activity. Now, but I wanted to do the sorting and saving of the details in a concurrent manner. The moment I say in the middle of net concurrency, you have to think in threads. You can't achieve concurrency unless until you have multiple threads. So now, what will be the job of the main thread? It will take the hash map. It has taken the hash map or map, you can say, and it has accepted the names of the files, and it is going to pass these details to your sorting threads. Orphans or no orphans? No orphans is the answer. So how do you achieve this no orphan condition? Using join. And after the children threads have finished their jobs, finished their execution, main will terminate. So tell me, the job list, the to-do list of main thread, is it clear to everyone? Is it clear? Okay, great. Now, so the moment I say main thread is going to pass it to these two threads. Threads means tasks. And you know, when you say task, you attach a task, runnable task to the thread and then start the thread for execution, for running. So how do you pass some data from one thread to another? Answer is using the constructor is the parameterized constructor is the easiest approach. So that is why we wrote a parameterized constructor, which was taking any map, that is students data, and the name of the file. These were the details available to the main. I hope people are clear. Next one. Now you focus on subject I have not written. So okay, DOB sorter. So here, what will be the class definition? Extends thread or implements runnable. It can be anything, but I have shown you with the implements approach. So tell me, constructor. We'll first talk about constructor. How many arguments you will pass to the constructor? Map of students and the name of the file. So that is what we did. And we initialize the state. But what is the heart of the thread is the run method. So here we just called a collection utils, but what are the actual actions we did there? We converted using that collection utils sort function, hash map to collection to stream or collection to list, your choice. And then we got a sorted list. And that sorted list, we passed it to your IO. And in IO utils, we are created a print writer. So the data was getting written, the sorted details were getting written to the buffer of a print writer. And when you are saying print writer dot close or when the buffer gets full, the whole thing was getting written in a text file in a buffered manner. And the very same thing we also did, it wasn't a subject sorter, it was a GPS sorter. We did the same thing in another task. And then we tested it and we saw the output through the files created. So tell me now, is everyone clear with the recap? 100% of you are clear. So you have this picture also, I'll share, of course, and you have what is it we did. So now let us take you, this was all in the step one. This is where we finished the step one in multi-threading. So now let me take you to second step. So let me open something. Just read this much. I had shared, I think, on the joint account class already in that earlier ready code. This is a extra assignment. Okay, please read that. I'll show you joint account in 2 minutes. Just read this. Okay, so unless until I show you that joint account class, it doesn't make sense. So see the word joint account. So what is a joint account? It's a account which is shared across multiple customers, maybe between spouses or between friends, whatever I mean, or you kind of have it for your company, anything like. So here I'm showing joint account between two customers, keeping it simple. You want more, these are customers are going to be represented by threads. So it doesn't matter even if you extend it to 10 customers sharing one account, which sounds weird, but okay, kind of. So let me show you. There are, okay, when I say this, I've given only two methods for that. One is read, one is write. Wait a second. So here, I'll just start creating so I don't have to waste time. I'm still into explanation, but since I'm going to write it in a separate one, let me create and copy that shared account code, I mean joint account code, so that I can start explaining from the code. This doesn't have it. P16 help us. Maybe. Very good. Yes. Does it have? No, this doesn't have it. This has it. Wait a second. D17.3. Let me create a package here. Utils. It's like bank utils. You just worry about the code there. Oh, this was something else. And give me a minute. I will refactor it and call it as joint account. So immediately the meaning becomes clearer. Now I'll give you a minute. Read highlighted one, please. This one is too easy. You should say that, okay, account has a customer names. Now there is a list of two accounts or two customer names. All that I'm dropping. Focus on important thing. Joint account has a balance. Customer IDs, customer names, bank account ID, I'm not adding. Type of account, I'm not adding. Just keeping it simple. Now, spend a minute in looking at this method. Just read this method. I'll talk to you. Okay, so let me ask you a question because those are the numbers I had used even for giving the question. Suppose my opening balance of joint account was 5K, 5,000, and the amount, the deposit amount or whatever, forget deposit is a wrong word, update amount if I give as 500. So can you tell me, in an ideal world where we don't have ideal world, but okay, in an ideal condition, what is the expected value of the balance here? I'll give you simple numbers. 5,000 was my opening balance and 500 is my amount. So here, if all goes well, then what should be the value here? I have two options only, 5,000 or 5,500. In the ideal world, I'm saying, you're saying 5,500, wrong answer. Your expectations are wrong. So I have to correct them. Okay, so let me start pressing it here. What is the balance here? 5K. Okay. What will be the balance here? Tell me. Because you gave me a wrong answer. Almost everyone gave me a wrong answer. 5,500. At least there are no two ways about it. And now I'm saying in the ideal condition where the next topic is, of course, race condition and all. Suppose there is no race condition. Suppose you are having, imagine you got only one thread in the system. You are writing a single threaded application. So in that ideal condition, here, what is happening is thread is sleeping for a while. You can replace it by your random sleep and all that. Here, I'm again, this is my think time. Think of it as a think time of a user. User realizes that, okay, I can't deposit because maybe I have some expenses to incur and all that. So I'm changing my mind and I'm resetting it here. So tell me, what will be the value of balance here, guys? In an ideal condition, I specify that it will be back reset to 5,000. So here, if you see the value as 5,000, will you take it as correctly working system or wrong? Correct execution or wrong? It is all fine. It is all correct. Okay. So are we going to get it? Answer is sometimes yes, sometimes no. But that is the detail that I don't want to get there. I just want to explain the code first. So one customer maybe is updating the balance. But now I have got multiple customers with the same shared instance. Are you getting this? So it is quite possible, that is what we are going to test. It is quite possible that while one customer is updating the balance, the other customer partner is checking the balance using mobile banking or whatever, that net banking, anything you can think of. Okay. So now this is the check balance method just to simulate practical delays. When you say I'm checking the balance, it has to connect to the banking backend where the database or the bank accounts and all account tables and all are there, and it will take some time. So I'm just simulating this. You can remove it. I'll remove it also later and show you. And what is it we are doing is we are just returning the current balance to the caller. So this is my basic code. So forget about the threads and all that. There is no thread impact here. Just tell me as it is. Is the code clear? Whatever I have written in the bank account class, is it clear or not clear? Just as the joint account class. Okay. So let me send you this right away. Wait a second. It's not a completed code, you know that. But so that you can, if you want, you can parallelly start writing with me or build the code with me. So give me a second. D 17.3. I saved so far. I've saved so far. So this is just a beginning. I hope everyone gets it. In case you want it, I'll put it on our WhatsApp group itself so that I don't have to do it multiple times. So here, what we want is this, and here, if you want to work with me parallelly from this point onwards, I'm giving you this. Okay, so now focus on the next part. Look at the requirement. Read this, and can you visualize it in the code? Can you write the code for this? So what is it representing? You can visualize. This is representing one customer via thread. Is the thread attached here? No. Thread will be attached in the main. You know that. But the point is, this is what is the basic thing. So here you have a class which we will write together, implementing runnable and all that. And in that, it will invoke continuously. One customer is continuously calling that update method. Okay, so visualize. I'm going to show you with a diagram in a minute. Now visualize parallelly, concurrently, some other customer, the joint bank account owner, joint bank account, yeah, the other partner is doing this. So please read that. Can you visualize this also? Can you think in code? for this also. We are going to write it in the next minute, but I just want your confirmation. Can you understand the requirement? It is going to be the other method we are going to call it. But if you do it just once, twice, or 10 times, there is no guarantee. So we will do it indefinitely. So like I asked you, in ideal condition, balance has to be same as original balance, which is, let's say, if I start with numbers of 5,000, 10,000, whatever. If it is not, then we are simply going to terminate the JVM. You know the method system.exit. And since it is a wrong kind of output or wrong scenario, we will have system.exit 1. Okay, so these are the two tasks which we'll create. And the tester we will write, main thread we write as the last. So read that. Okay, so let me ask you a specific question. How many copies of joint account will be there in our JVM? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever options. I have already stressed, highlighted a single copy. Who is going to create that single joint account instance? Which thread is going to create it? A main thread. And the same instance, or okay, let me save this. Checker task or the one customer, let's say customer 1 is updater, customer 2 is the monitor. Monitor means checking the balance, monitoring the balance. So let's say we have two threads representing customer 1, customer 2. Are they going to operate on the same object, same joint account, or do they have their different copies? Same. So means what? Is this a situation of sharing of multiple threads sharing the common resources or having their individual copy? Sharing or not sharing? Of course, it is sharing. And that is what is the second step in multi-threading. First step is apply threads and achieve concurrency. And once you achieve concurrency, whenever you have multiple threads accessing the same copy, accessing the same this, and one is updating, one is writing, and one is checking, 100% you will have a problem. And the problem is a well-known problem, nothing but your race condition. Okay, but if I start talking it in theoretical manner, people don't understand it immediately. If you have done it earlier using C, C++, whatever, and operating system level or OS level directly, then you will understand. But if I say that you are hearing all of this for the first time, takes little time. So I'll give you, this is a practical scenario. Concept of a joint account operated by two customers. Another one, easy one. Anyone who is thinking of, creating a project, having anything to do with any online reservation system. Let it be your railway reservation, bus reservation, book my show type, any reservation. There is a probability, high probability. People ask you, have you thought of this? And if you are not thought of it, like that, the whole impression is gone. So anytime you are having any online reservation system, which has access, that will be a web application that we will start in web programming. I mean, in the advanced Java part, I'm just preparing you. So will your reservation system, will it be accessed concurrently by a single customer or multiple customers? S or M? Of course, multiple customers. So those multiple customers will be represented by what? Threads. So you have got 100, or if you say our IRCTC railway reservation, you may have hundreds of or thousands or millions of threads operating on, not necessarily the same, but yeah, you can say that 10 customers are trying to book the same seat at the same time. Okay. And if there are limited seats, can you continue with concurrency, or will you have to go back to your sequential execution? From the parallel execution, will you continue with the parallel execution, or will you have to do it in a sequential manner? Of course, you will have to go back into sequential manner. And if you don't do that, either you will end up issuing the duplicate tickets and you will have a fight, or you might say that Seats are not free when there are so many seats which are vacant. In short, this is the problem statement. And of course, when I take you to advanced Java, we will have databases, we'll have Hibernate JPA, and a beautiful mechanism called as optimistic locking. I don't know, you might hear it in your database jargon already. Yes, okay. So here, you have done this as this thing in railway reservation system. Have you developed in your React in web technology? Have you developed something like this? I'm saying not the whole project, impossible, impossible totally, but at least a part which talks about concurrency. Anyway, fine. So the point is here you can then you will apply. I mean, I'm talking in Java. So what will do is, okay, you saw a website, fine. So what we are talking about is, what I was saying is I lost my thread. Yeah. So here there is a concept of something called as optimistic locking. There's an optimistic, pessimistic lock. So when I take you to the higher concept, I'll show you. So come back to the simpler variety, joint account, and let's write the code. Let's see the problem. And once you see the problem, that's what is the observation about. Then we will try to we'll conclude that okay, this is the problem, and solution is, trust me, one word solution. And that one word solution is nothing but that synchronized keyword. But we are going to do it in proper steps. So let me open just a second. Somewhere I have got that diagram. Yeah. So take a look at it, because sometimes forget about synchronized keyword here. What will happen if two customers, joint account between account owners, try to access the same joint account concurrently? So to explain the problem statement, customer 1 updating the balance, customer 2 checking the balance. So this is the spread. This is the description. So main, we will create a single joint account, and the same copy, singleton kind of a copy, will pass it to two threads and will start the threads. And what will main do? Main's job is now step back and wait for children threads to finish execution. So here we are sharing the joint account between two threads representing two customers. In the run method of customer 1, she wants to update balance. So update balance method will be called, but in a loop continuously. And here the second customer will be continuously calling the checking of the balance. I hope the requirement at least is clear to everyone. It's a break time. I'll just write one this so that at least I will have something to share with you, and we'll stop immediately to take a break. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so 17.3, this, let's create the task. I'll just create one task and stop there. Or okay, both the tasks, sorry. I'll create both the tasks and stop there for a break. So here we have, so first one, no utils I'll not have. Runnable tasks. And here I'll say updater task. And we'll attach it to the customer 1 thread in the main method. Oh, I forgot. Anyway, it isn't implements runnable. The moment you implement runnable, you have to implement the run method. Okay. So anyone wants to tell me what will be the state? State means what will be the instance variables data members of this class? Anyone wants to answer that? I think I have explained it, but I don't know whether it has reached you. If you can't answer that, I will definitely, okay, I already got the answer from Roshni, a bank account. So you are not going to create it here. You are going to get it via the constructor. So updater task has a joint account, and so does your checker task. So private joint account. Okay. And let's have a, I'll write something and ask you, give me a second. So if I do it, something, tell me, is this correct or wrong? I'm not saying compilation wise, understanding wise, or business logic wise, is it correct or wrong statement? You just have to tell me correct or wrong. Of course, why? This is wrong. 100% it is wrong. Why just Charu? Everyone has, I mean, people, more answers I want. If I do this, what is it we are doing? We are defeating the purpose of sharing the resources. So what is it like? I'm operating on my bank account, and concurrently you can of course operate it on your own bank accounts. There is no collision. There is no race. There is no, what is it called? Competition. There is no interference. I was looking for the word. Yeah. So there is no sharing of the resources. Sorry, my mistake. There won't be any sharing. So that is why I'm not doing it. And that is why we are taking it from the main thread. I hope point was clear. And let me copy our template code so that I don't have to write it all over the place every time. And oh, okay, somewhere the import static is missing. You can keep your answers ready, or if you're writing it on your own, you can go ahead and keep it ready. Java.lang. So, I can use sleep or whatever. So currently there are no compiler issues here now, right? So I told you, I want it continuously. So I can say while true. Later I'll show you, you can make an exit flag. I don't have to tell you why not exit and all that. Currently I'm keeping it simple. Now tell me, what should I do in this loop? Who has to call whose method? This particular task has to call, write it, invoke which method? Update method on the joint account. Is everyone clear? So all I have to do is this, and that is why I've got that joint account dot update balance, and I said give some value. You can supply any value, doesn't matter really. And just to show you the practical delay or to force the context switching, here let me add some sleep, anything. You can add even a lesser sleep, does not matter really. So here it is. Sleep is done. Okay. So I think we are done with one task. Tell me, are we clear so far? I'm stopping exactly in a minute. I'm just going to copy it into another code. Are you all clear? I'll be sharing this also before we take a break. And then I will be copying this into checker task. Okay. And what will change is that you will be telling me. So answer this, please. I've copied it into checker task. Change or no change so far? Answer is no change. Checker task, that is a customer 2. We will attach the threads after the break. So it also has to share the same copy. So are we creating a separate account instance, or are we sharing the resources? Answer is sharing the resources. So this part is same. Only thing is invoke check method or whatever that method. Check method on the joint account. So this part will be changed. Okay, so while true is same. Now I'll just check this. What was that? I forgot the name. The method name I forgot. Check balance is the method name. Okay. So here, let's say check balance. Oh, the import static. Import static, import utils dot joint account is fine. Import static. I just want to call that method directly dot check balance. Why? I'm getting a problem here. Oh, it's not a static method. Oh, my mistake. My mistake totally. Maybe I'm hungry. It's not a static method. With the whole static method means the whole objective will be lost. So sorry. Joint account dot check balance. Okay. And since I'm getting the balance, I have to check it whether it is correct or not. So I'll assign it to a local variable. So this is the balance. And what is the ideal value of a balance? Whatever is the original balance, because that updater thread, that customer one is not really updating. So here I will have a simple check. If balance is not equal to, you start with whatever values. I specified the values this. You can add a SOP, current balances. This is just to check the concurrency, to see the problem first. Balance is not equal to, if balance is not equal to this, then you just say there is an error here, because when I'm resetting the balance back to it, I should not get this error. We'll check, we'll observe and conclude. And then I don't want to continue. So how to terminate the application is system.exit. It's a wrong condition, so I can just say system.exit 0 is typically for healthy condition. So I think we have done it. Give me a second before I share. So this is implements renewal state. Then you have this run method. And here we are checking continuously the balance, current balance, if it is not system.exit. Okay, so I hope, yeah, it's a non-static method. I realized that my mistake it was. Anyway, so I'll share this code by creating a zip so far in the break, which is a short break today. If you want, you can have a look at it. Otherwise, we'll continue after the break. It's a half an hour break today. So let me just. So you refer to the latest copy of 17.3. Okay. So take a look at it. So let's have a 30 minutes break. We are resuming at 11:40 sharp. So before we take a break, are there any specific questions? Or you can ask me after the break also. So that is all. See you around in 30 minutes. 11:40 we will resume. Okay, that will be all. Good morning and welcome back again. So, can we continue? Looking at number of people are still joining. So, I'll quickly recap what we said and we'll continue to writing. I think only thing which is remaining is writing a tester. So, first thing you have to look at is I've shared a code written so far. You have got a joint account class. As the name suggests, it's a shared resource. It's a shared bank account between multiple customers. And you have got important two methods. One is the one which will update the balance. But if you check carefully, it is not really updating the balance. This is where it is getting updated. But after a think time, or whatever, after a slight delay, we are resetting the balance. This is to simulate. User is thinking about it and user wants to cancel the transaction. User wants to cancel that updation of the balance. So again, balance is restored to 5,000. You'll say which 5,000, we will hard code those numbers. I can always say enter your account balance, opening balance. Instead of making it difficult, I'm going the simple way. And the other customer is going to monitor or check the balance. In short, read. This is a write operation. This is a read operation. So we're just trying to check what happens if multiple threads are competing, are racing to access the shared resource. That is the problem statement. And then we wrote two tasks. We have not yet attached threads to it. So what we have done is update a task. Since the copy of the joint account is single copy, so we will be creating that copy in a in a main thread, and main thread will pass it to child threads. So that will be done. And in the run method, all I'm doing is continuously updating the balance to simulate practical delay or to force context switching. Because otherwise, you can't really, what do you say, control the operating system. So just to force that, to give up the CPU and do the context switching, added sleep. Checker task is exactly opposite. Rest of the part are the same. Only thing is, instead of updating the balance, it is calling a method to check the balance, confirming if the balance is not shifted from its original value. If yes, terminating the application. So what was the wrong syntax when resource was different? I did not understand your question, Kuldeep. So I can't answer that really. Can you elaborate, please? I did not get you.
When you were starting with that this example, you said that
Oh, yeah, yeah,
there is
yeah, yeah. I
one
got
thing.
you. I got your question. I understood you. I did not catch it in the first place. Okay. So here, I think this is what you're talking about. So here, if I say new joint account, are we referring to this? Is your question, Kuldeep, about this? What was wrong in that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
So new instance state.
Right, right. So I told you already. Let's say this. You have a bank account in your own bank and you are operating upon it. I have a different bank account in my own bank and I'm operating on it. So will there be any clashes? Will there be any interference then? It's a yes or no question. Answer is absolutely not. So I don't want to show that situation. I want to simulate. I don't want to simulate. I want to actually create a situation when multiple threads are competing for accessing the shared resource, and one thread is updating it, updating the state, and one thread is reading. Did you understand my thinking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was, there is nothing wrong about it, but then it would have defeated the purpose of sharing the common resources across multiple threads. That was the point. Initially, I did not understand what you're asking. Okay, so I hope that sets it correct. Now let me not waste time and let's write together. You can write with me because it's a small code. You already written the bulk of the code. So your choice, but I'll keep sharing every now and then. So let's have a tester. And all we are doing is nothing but testing shared resources. Later, like I was telling you in the advanced Java part, when we come to a suitable advanced level, I'll explain a very nice concept of optimistic locking. So in web applications, you don't even have to come down to this level. There are superior techniques. But today we don't have anything. So today we will manage ourselves. So test shared resources or sharing resources, anything. So now let's start from scratch. Create, I don't even require, I'm just checking. No, I don't even require scanner. Create single joint account instance. So if you want to take it from user, of course, attach scanner. Here doing it in a completely fixed hard-coded manner. And I've used the word number 5,000 there. So that is it. Let me just confirm. Otherwise, you are unnecessarily get confused. Yeah, I'm checking that correctly. So how many copies are created in the heap? Exactly one copy. Now create the tasks. When I say create the task instances, attach threads and start the same. I hope now you are used to this jargon. So you'll be creating the task instances. Using that thread class constructor, we'll attach the thread to that runnable task and we will start it also. Let's check. I'll write the left hand side. I want somebody to tell me the RHS, please. Yes. So new thread. And again for your, this is not a memory test. So what are the two arguments you're passing is runnable instance and the name. Name can be dropped. If you don't give the names will be given by Java, thread 0, thread 1, thread 2 likewise. So anyone wants to tell me, what should I pass as the first one? Has anyone written? Okay, I have got that. Absolutely. Very, very right. Correct. So here I'll say new updater task and the joint account instance is account and the name of the thread. Only thing is I'll not give the name as updater and all. These are the customers, you know. So let me call it as customer one, the joint account holder. Okay. So that is the first one. And let me create the another one. These are the threads are representing your concurrency, concurrent handling of the customers. For like I said, a must requirement, a must care you have to take if your project is around, you know, online reservation, any kind of online reservation. New thread. And then I will give you the back reference that is how we were doing it in core Java. And this is a simpler and yet effective approach in advanced Java. Coming back to the point, checker task. Joint account is the same. And let me create another thread as another customer. If you say no, I have got 10 of, I have got a batch. Exactly, very right. All your answers are right. If you have got multiple customers, simply spawn the threads and share that bank account instance. To keep things under control, easy and simple, I'm just created two customers represented by two threads. But everyone knows the threads have not yet begun the execution. So I'm starting it. Start. And you know this very well, the whole approach. Main meeting child threads. Finish execution. And you join. I'll put it in a try catch block. I don't require your try with resources because I'm not opening any resource such as scanner. I could have said throws also here. And then I'm saying here. So just have a look at it. Whenever you are revising our thread-based efforts today, don't start in a bottoms-up manner. Start in a top-down manner. Means what? Open my tester class having main method because that tells you the actual execution. So till this point in time, it is all sequential execution. You are working in a single threaded system. But after you place the threads in the runnable state, then the control is, then you are no longer controlling it. Your native operating system is controlling it. Okay? So let's start running this and listen to this carefully. I cannot predict, nobody can predict when, but sooner or later, your code 100% is going to get aborted. So why don't you think about it, but if you are not completed, let me share the latest copy also so that you will have the confidence that whatever I'm saying is like it is really working that way. Just a second. So this is my final step, which tells you the problem. Solution I'm telling you is a one-word solution, but understanding the problem, identifying the problem takes longer time. Anyway, so let me put it on our WhatsApp. So you can download easily, extract it, import it in your workspace. So you will be at the same level, same state where I am. So that you can run it. I mean, there's like nothing like fooling you and all that. And so many SOPs I have added so that you can confirm. So like you can check this so easily. Just I'm waiting till you do that. So here, see this. Customer 2 started, customer 1 started. Actually, I started in different sequence, but unpredictability and all that. Now, which is the thread which has started updating the balance? We'll talk it about C1, C2. So which thread has started updating the balance? Tell me, C1 or C2? Its answer is right in front of you, C1. Okay. Now, here, cancelling the updates. So it is C1 who is cancelling the update. Now check something. Checking the balance by C2. So let me ask you a pointer question. Has customer 1 completed the updation or not yet? Has it completed the updations? Not yet. So while the customer 1 is still in the process of updating, because of this concurrent execution, because of this non-exclusive, see, this is not mutually exclusive. I hope you know the terms. Mutual exclusion means one at a time. So here we have not yet added any mutual exclusion. So you can clear cut see both the threads, which both threads C1 and C2 are racing. Race competition is always between multiple participants. So there are two threads racing to access which shared resource? Tell me the shared resource they are accessing or racing for. Exactly. The joint account is nothing but your shared resource. So see this now. Updations over. So answer the question, please. Here, there is nothing wrong. Now it started updating the balance again. Here, so that is why I put so many SOPs. So here, what must have happened is it has not shifted the balance and customer 2 got a chance. But see this, you started updating. Here, cancelling the updates after the delay. But here, my checker task got a chance before it could reset the balance back. And that is definitely, it is not a 5,000 balance. So this gives rise to error. Run it 100, I mean, don't now, but I mean, I'm just saying 100 times, and 100 times you will see the failure. Okay, has everyone seen the failure? Failure means what? The balance offset. So this is a classic example of a race condition. Race condition between the threads. Are you getting this error? Error as in, is the application terminating using system.exit or is it not? It is. So now let us do something else. Because people think that she's just, I mean, I'm not saying you are thinking she's fooling, I'm fooling and all, but all the questions should be answered. Forget about trusting and fooling. So just open your joint account, please. That's why I shared. Comment the sleep. You might be thinking that it is the sleep which is the killer. I'll say this way. Sleep just, what do you say? Fast forwards. Just makes this problem appear faster. Okay. So anyway, don't trust whatever I'm saying. Just go ahead and, comment the sleeps. Don't remove it as such. There is no sleep here. So just comment it, because whenever I'm explaining, I want to show you the condition with the sleep, and just run it. So observe, everything lies in observation. Did you understand me? I said that is why I shared the code, because I know everyone cannot write the code at the same, I mean, speed, because I've been doing it for years naturally. So coming back to point, tell me, remove the sleep. Remove means comment the sleeps. I'll wait for you to catch up. And tell me, did the code still abort or is it continuously running? R for running, A for abort. After commenting the sleeps, the code is still aborting. If you have a different thing, I'll just tell you wait for a while longer. Sooner or later, I can't predict, but the code is definitely going to abort. So now the next question. The next question being asked is it after you comment the sleep, Is it running for some time? Answer is yes. See this. It is definitely running longer. You can just look at it. So here it is definitely running longer, but the problem is a problem. Means what? Let me explain my statement. The point I'm saying is, if your code is running for 1 hour, or okay, let's say 1 week or 24 hours or whatever, but if it is failing after a week or hours or this, is anybody going to accept it at a next level, is a prod level or UAT or something? Answer is no. So tell me, again, I am forcing you to think so that you will understand my logic behind. So tell me, which is a happier situation? No, don't answer. I'm still asking you a question. So there is a bug in the code. So which is a happier situation? To get this bug right immediately, or keep waiting for it for days altogether, weeks together, months together, and somewhere you detect it. Everyone agrees with me? That is the only thing your sleep does. It just prepones. It just, what do you say, gives the trigger for error faster. But all these statements do not reach you unless until you really understand. So let me make a simple, clear-cut statement. As it is, threads are a little heavy. So I'm saying, okay, I'll ask you a question. Is sleep causing the problem? Simple question, simple answer. But I need to hear it from majority. Everyone agrees with me. That is why I do this. Otherwise, you're off track and you think because she has added it. Vipin is saying yes. Vipin, is sleep causing it? You are saying yes to it. Then after removing the sleep, the problem should have vanished. So you're wrong in thinking sleep is not causing it. What is causing it is the what is it called? Non-exclusive, mutually non-exclusive behavior, or simply said, race condition. Okay, solution, again, I'm telling you, is a half a second solution. Forget the solution, understand the problem first. Okay, so what is happening is you can pick up anything. So I will tell you, you can open your console output. I'll explain it through the code. Okay, now there are no sleeps in the code. Open, or you don't have to open, you keep the track of your console output. I'll explain. So let us imagine that, suppose the customer one, C1, got a chance. When I say C1 got a chance, it started executing the run method. So C1's run method means what? This run method. So what is C1 going to do? Is it going to update the balance, or is it going to check the balance? Answer is update the balance. So the control comes here. Everyone gets me? So it is saying updating balance. The thread name is C1. Next is balance is shifted to 5500. Now, here there is some SOP and all that just to indicate what is happening. But look at the overall method and tell me, have we guarded this method against the race condition? Okay, this was a heavy statement. Scratch it. I'm asking you a simple question. Have we added any locks or any care so far so that whenever one thread C1 starts execution, no other thread can interfere with it? Have we added any locks yet? Answer is absolutely not. So this code is like vulnerable, open. Open to what? Open, prone to race condition. So race is between always two or more participants. So there are two participants. Which are the two participants in our race? Two threads, C1 and C2. So listen to this carefully because I have removed the sleep. But it is quite possible that after executing these many instructions, your C1's time slice got over. There is no sleep. So when the time slice gets over, tell me quickly, what will be the state of C1? Running or ready? Keep giving answers so I will know that you are there. Of course, ready. Now visualize the situation. Main is already blocked on join. This one C1 is ready. So which is the thread which may get the next chance? C1 or C2? Everyone knows the answer, C2. So guys, wake up means focus. Here, even without sleep, there is nobody who can manage, who can control the context switching. So context switching happens, and now C2 is given the chance. So tell me, what is C2 is given the chance means what? Which run method it will try to call? This run method. So the control comes to which method? Check balance. And here, when you say checking balance by whatever C2, what is the balance it is going to return? 5,000 or 5.5? I mean, 5K or 5.5K? Of course, the updated balance 5,500. So the control comes here. We check it and then the code aborts. I mean, code aborts means we are terminating the JVM. Are you understanding what I'm suggesting? What is it I said? So this is the problem statement. This is what is the problem, that you have not yet informed the JVM and the underlying operating system that these two methods have to work in a mutually exclusive manner. Means what in simple English? While one thread is updating the balance, should we allow, we means the native operating system, should it allow some other thread to access the same resource? Answer is no. And vice versa, while C2 is checking her balance, should your operating system and the JVM combination, should it allow the updation? Yes or no? Answer is no. So what is this behavior? One at a time. Sequential behavior, mutually exclusive behavior. So we are entering the second level in threads programming, guys. Nothing but applying thread safety. I've been using this word for more than what, last 16 days we are together. So everywhere I was telling you, for example, string builder, string buffer, or your collection framework APIs and all that, we were saying that some of the classes are inherently thread safe and some of the classes are inherently thread unsafe. Okay, so let me ask you a simple question. How will you describe this joint account? Is it inherently thread safe or thread unsafe? S or UN? Of course, inherently thread unsafe. What does it mean? It will 100% work in a perfect manner, in a correct manner, in a single threaded system. But the moment you create a single copy and share it across multiple threads, can it work? Answer is may or may not. It may misbehave. And like I told you, if one error in million records, that itself is an error. There is a bug in the code. So that was the problem statement. Read about it. I don't remember whether I had given you this readme, but today I'm definitely sharing. Okay, so here, all the statements, whatever I wanted to make, are already here. So the only readme you need to read is readme synchronization. Okay, so I'll highlight. Read it slowly at your own pace. I'll wait. I've shared it. Great. So let us start reading it together, one line at a time. So what is this race condition? The situation or the condition where multiple threads, naturally more than one, two or more, are competing for accessing the same resource, and the sequence in which the resource is accessed is very important, is nothing but the race condition. So, you might feel lost in my words. So here is the answer. Here is the explanation. Was it working for a while? Answer is yes. Why it was working for a while? Because we just got lucky. The native scheduler or the operating system never swapped it or never did the context switching at the wrong time. And what is the wrong time? When the balance was updated, it never did the context switching. So we just got lucky thanks to the sequence. Lucky sequence got executed. But the moment the sequence was done in a wrong manner, the moment I'm so sorry. I have to take a small break. Just think about it. Wait a second. I'll keep this readme in front of you. Just I'll be back in a second. Sorry. So I was just talking about that lucky situation where the sequence in which the code is executed is really important. So, but of course, you can't rely on the luck factor here. So in this case, what must be happening is the scheduler, the operating system never swapped it before resetting the balance to 5K. Whereas the moment the sequence changed, meaning the balance was updated to 5500, and at that moment context switching happened, everything fell apart. That's the first statement. So that is the meaning of race condition, where the sequence in which the resource is accessed is truly significant. It's important. Now the next term. You might be knowing all of this from your OS background, operating system background. I'm just not assuming. So what is that critical section? Read that. So any block, any code section, any code block which is prone to race condition, where the race condition can get triggered, is nothing but your critical section. So again, I'm quoting my own example here. There can be so many. So here, there are two critical sections. Which are the two critical sections? One is this particular critical section that has to be guarded, that has to be locked against the thread safety, I mean concurrency. And this is your another critical section. So if you just apply the thread safety to only one of the method, which a beginner may think it is all right, you will still see the problem. When I can't predict, but sooner or later, you'll definitely see the problem. So now, what is the theme? What is the philosophy? Philosophy is simple. You as a Java developer, any language developer, I'm talking in Java, you have to identify the critical section and you have to lock it to ensure that only one critical section runs at a particular time. Anyway, to continue with the whole thing. So this is your shared resources, what? Joint account. And which are the two critical sections here? Updating the balance and checking the balance. So now read this twice if required. So in order to ensure that when is this? No, don't go to the ahead of topic Vishesh. People, we are not even talking about it. So I'm not even entered synchronization. So just give me a minute. Copy your code. I'll copy your question. Keep it somewhere. Let me come to the first level of synchronization and then I'll take it. Coming back to the point. Preventing race condition. So to prevent the race condition, you have to identify that critical section has to be executed as a single atomic instruction. So you are doing database parallelly. Your database sessions are going on, I know that. But I don't know whether you have reached the database transactions. So when you talk about database transactions, there is something called as ACID property. ACID is an acronym, exactly. So atomicity, exactly. Atomicity, consistency, etc. So here, point is, when I say atomic, what I mean is, it's the same logic everywhere. So here, this whole code has to execute as a single instruction. But guys, we have a problem. What is the problem? We are not writing it at an OS level. I'm not showing you any OS concepts or the code, which is a native code and all that. So can we really control the scheduler or the native operating system? Answer is no. In short, can context switching still happen in my code? 100% yes. So let me what do you say, drive you to the point. So here, anytime, listen to the question and listen to the statement I'm making. Even after making the changes, you will see that the context switching may occur at a wrong time if you are unlucky. Okay, so context switching will still take place, but we add some logic? Can we add some word is synchronized? The keyword is synchronized. Can you add something called as a thread safety, which will still give up the CPU, but it will apply the lock and the lock will not be released. So that is what we are attempting. I'll just repeat the last 2-3 statements again. I said how to ensure that whole code is executed as a single piece of instruction. Can you truly achieve it? Answer is no. Because context switching is still managed by whom? Underlying operating system. So CPU can be still released and taken by some other thread, but that some other thread being the customer too, will it be able to access the resource? Answer is no, because I'm going to show you the locking. So we, instead of, you can't control the scheduler, but you can definitely apply the lock. And once you apply the lock, it will automatically behave in a mutually exclusive manner. Means what? While one thread is executing the updation code, unless and until the entire code is over, what may be released? Processor, lock, both or neither? I said after adding. No, it's a semaphore. Semaphore is later by this ITC. Lock is what I'm talking about. The lock will not be released. CPU processor may be released. Okay, so this is what we will apply here, and you will see with one keyword. So this is my point here. So this is what we are going to do. Single thread will be executing while one thread is accessing the shared resource. No, none other threads can access it unless the first thread has exited, left the critical section. So this is where we are applying synchronization. So what is synchronization? Synchronization in simple words is applying locks, or Java specific term is not Java specific in general, concurrency related, applying thread safety. So this is one of the important, most important statement. So when is synchronized? Vishesh, I think your question was something related to this, but I'm not sure. I did not read it fully, to be honest. So here, when is synchronization needed? So let me ask you, is synchronization required in a single threaded system or a multi-threaded system? S or M? Everyone understands it. In a multi-threaded system. Okay, you have the statement in front of you. I have your chat responses in front of me. Tell me, if two customers are operating on their two separate accounts, will synchronization is equal to locking required or not required? Answer is not required. So, synchronization is required if and only if multiple threads are sharing the same resource. Everyone gets it? Okay. Now I'll take you to the next level. Suppose, listen to this. I've got two account holders. I mean, same scenario. And both of them are checking the balance. Are you understanding? In the run method, both of them are calling while true joint account dot check balance. In that case, is synchronization is equal to thread safety is equal to locking required or not required? Somebody said required. Answer is not required. You are not updating the state of the shared resource at all. So try it out. Don't trust a word of whatever I'm saying. It is 100% not required. So when it is required, now that is why I said it is an important statement. The applying synchronization, applying lock is required if and only if multiple threads are sharing the same common resource. So what are the examples? Any collection other than your vector and all that. Most of the collections are thread unsafe, or it could be a data file. You know, I gave you the assignment. Earlier we saw the assignment. They were writing, two threads were writing it on two separate files. I can just change the problem statement in a minute. I can say that, put it on the same file, put it in the same data file. First, a GPA based result should come, followed by DOB base, something like that. So a data file can be a shared resource. Database table. Okay, RDBMS gives you the locking, read logs, shared logs, write logs. But I'm saying database table is also example of a shared resource. Or you could be sharing a socket or a reservation in my online reservation system, anything. So coming back to the point, if you are sharing a common resource across multiple threads and one thread is accessing as in reading and one is writing, then only synchronization is required. Or what will happen is, I mean, if you don't provide it, I hope you remember your earlier exception. Do you remember something called as concurrent modification exception? I hope answer is yes. So either you might see some errors, runtime errors like that, or you'll simply get the wrong results, which is none of it is desirable. So now we are coming to, if you say, has everyone understood the problem? Understood the problem with a simple joint account scenario. So then the solution I said, like it is very handy. So that solution is nothing but one single keyword. So read that much and I'll explain. So start reading with me. The keyword we are introducing or adding is synchronized. Where can synchronized keyword come? You can add it at a method level as a method modifier, or you have a concept of a synchronized block. So first I'm showing you synchronized methods and then we'll discuss synchronized block. So why synchronization? You know that to avoid the race condition means what? To guard, to protect your critical section, which is prone to race condition, you apply thread safety as in synchronization. And the important statement, all these statements are, I have labeled them as important because they are truly so. Coming back to the point, the lock is always applied. In Java, when you say synchronized, the lock is always applied at the object level. But when I say object level, people will misinterpret thinking java.lang.object. So anyone wants to tell me which object I'm talking about? Instance of which? So that is instance of the shared resource. What is the example currently? Joint account. Are you getting me? So the lock is applied always at the object level. So there is a popular interview question and some of you may be thinking ahead of time also. What about static methods? Are you getting this? I'm not solving it, but I'm just putting questions in your mind so that you will think. Everyone knows. Are static methods associated with any object? It's a yes or no question, Boolean. Of course not. So can there be a combination of, don't conclude Pallav so fast, can there be a combination of static synchronized methods? Do you expect it? Answer is yes. That is what makes the whole topic so interesting. Okay, so later you can definitely go through this. It's a popular, let me tell you, it's a popular interview question. Static synchronized methods, and there is a lock still applied at the object level. But which object, that object is a special object. So when I talk about it, I don't think today we'll have time, to be very honest. We have too many things before that. Listen to this. I'll just make it one liner. Whenever you are loading, see, before instantiating, the class gets loaded. So you'll say you are mixing us up in the static methods. Why there is a object created? So remove that. But whenever you are calling any static method of any class, what has to happen in the method area? Answer that. I said, if you are calling a static method on any class, a class loading has to happen. And this is a part of a topic called as reflection. They have removed reflection, Java reflection from your contents. So point is, whenever a class, I'll share my readmes because earlier it was there. Anyway, so whenever the class is loaded, for every loaded class, there is a special object. There is a special instance created, and that name of that, I mean the class which is whose instance is created is java.lang.class. Does anyone remember where I have shown you this? Okay, I'll give you a clue. I'll just check whether anyone remembers. Okay, suppose an object is created in the heap. Is there any method to find out the name of the loaded class? Answer that. Answer is yes, there is a way. You have done it. No, directly not get name, get class dot get name. Are you understanding? Are you remembering it? So when you say in the object java.lang.object get class, what it returns is the loaded class instance. And from that loaded class instance, you can find out so many things, including the name. So when we talk about static synchronized method, the lock is applied at this level. So please, like I said, I told somebody that don't assume things, don't conclude. So there is a very probable thing. Only thing is it used as frequently as non-static synchronized method? Answer is no. But that doesn't stop you. I mean, that doesn't stop it from static synchronization is of course possible. And what it means is I've written in detail. I'll share a lot of examples. So coming back, let's go in a slow manner. Where are we? Here. So the point is the lock is applied at the object level. Currently, I'm not discussing, definitely not today. Today you settle on non-static synchronized methods first. Okay, and then sometime I'll share the code and the examples and all that. So now start reading. Start reading these extremely important statements. Forget static synchronization. Just keep it at the back of your mind. There is a possibility of static and synchronized keyword coming together. Yeah, start reading. The lock or monitor, what is monitor in a minute? Give me a minute, I'll explain. Can be associated with any Java object. Statement number 1. So you create your shared resource such as bank account or whatever, your reservation, online booking reservation, anything. A lock can associate. Monitor is a beautiful concept. Concept means it is nothing but a lock. To explain the locking, Java uses a monitor concept, which we will draw together. Keep your writing material ready if possible. Okay, so this is the first statement. Lock is equal to monitor can be associated with any Java object, including joint account. Read this twice if required. All are important, super important. So, any given thread, when does it have to acquire the lock? When does it have to hold the lock? So holding the lock, in a minute when I draw the memory, not memory, sorry, draw the picture, monitor concept, you will see monitor is nothing but thought of as a box. Box, building, people give different analogies. So think of it as a box with an extremely narrow entrance. And how many threads can pass through this gate at a time? One single thread or multiple threads? Obvious question. Single thread can pass through it at a time. So you can think of a building having a gate and the narrow entrance where only one vehicle can pass or whatever. So when does a thread have to enter that monitor or acquire the lock? If and only if it is either calling something called a synchronized method or a code from a synchronized block. Focus on synchronized method. Blocks I'll show you after this. So now the trick questions you are typically asked. Can a single thread, can it acquire multiple locks? Answer is yes. I have not written the example here. Somewhere else I have written the example. So it calls, let's say one thread is calling a synchronized method on class A, I mean instance of A. That is calling the synchronized method on the instance of B. So how many locks it will have to acquire? 2 locks. So a thread can definitely acquire multiple locks. Okay. Now, you know the terms blocking trigger and unblocking trigger. So read this. This is all like I said, I don't have to say this. All these are important to your understanding. So first I'm making the statements and we'll sit back and we'll check it. So blocking trigger means what? When a thread. So I'm introducing, rather I have already introduced you to blocked on sleep. Can you recall blocked on sleep? I hope the answer is yes. blocked on join, and blocked on input. So what is the next trigger I'm introducing? It is blocked on monitor. So what is the meaning of the words blocked on a monitor? It means the thread is unable to enter the monitor. But monitor is equivalent to your lock. So the thread is unable to acquire the lock. And what could be the reason? The reason is the resource is already locked. Okay, all these things, if it is not making sense, just give me 5 minutes. We will be drawing and we'll be writing the code. Okay, writing the code is half a second. I just have to add a keyword there, but we will understand it. So if one thread has already locked a resource and some other thread tries to access the same resource, what will happen to that thread is the thread will it be able to enter the monitor is equal to acquire the lock? Answer is no. So what will be the state? The state will be blocked on. So what is that state called? This state is called as blocked on monitor. You can say monitor or a lock, blocked on a lock or blocked on a monitor. Okay. And what will be the corresponding unblocking trigger? So when it will be unblocked, the moment the owner of the lock releases the lock. So the lock is released or the thread which has entered the monitor has returned. So here I've given you the example. You have written a synchronized method or later we will write it as a block. So anytime the synchronized code, synchronized API, synchronized method or the block is over, the lock is automatically released and all those threads which were blocked on the same monitor, same lock will get unblocked. So this is still 1, 2, 3, 4. Read it at your own speed, pace, and tell me. But don't ask me too deep questions because I have yet to show you. Just read the statements and tell me first level, superficial level. Later you can ask me as deep as you want. So settle on this. Now the last and again one of the most important statements. So read this carefully. All these are popular questions. And forget about questions. It is extremely important to your understanding. And when I take you from core Java to advanced Java next week sometime, will you require, let me tell you, because so many people ask me, what is it from core Java we should polish, we should brush up, we should all that. So in short, when I take you to advanced Java in the world of web servers, web containers, web applications and whatnot, do you still need to create the threads? Answer is no. Who's going to create it? There is an entity called as web container, web server, whatever. So that will create it. Will you need a topic called as ITC, inter-thread communication, wait notification? Answer is no. But which is the topic which will still require? Answer is synchronization. Because you will see that one single web application can be exposed to 10 different threads representing 10 different requests, concurrent requests. And if you have got some thread unsafe resources, you will still require synchronization. So that is why I'm spending maximum time of today on synchronization. So it continues in advanced Java also. Coming back to the point, see this. If the thread which has invoked sleep, okay, so remember these things, I think you better remember, or invokes join. Everyone remembers this, I hope. Sleep means what? Running to blocked. Tell me, join means what? Running to what? Blocked or running to ready? R2B or R2 ready, like running to blocked, absolutely. When I say yield, what is it? Running to ready pool. Everyone knows that. And notify I have not yet discussed. So forget notify. Notify will require for ITC, inter-thread communication. So in these cases, which cases? In all these cases, or genuine context switching. Who is doing this context switching? The operating system. So in all these cases, what will be released and what will not be released? So what will be released anyway? I have not written it. Anyone wants to tell me what will be released? the CPU, the processor will be released. But what will not get released is the lock will not be released. And that is the easiest way. See the beauty. I don't have to explain any locking at the OS level. You don't have to learn the interaction of JVM with the operating system level. It is all abstracted with one single keyword, which is synchronized. Okay, so what we will do is we will add the keyword. I hope everyone has got the code. You will just add the keyword and we'll keep the code running, and then we will in the meantime I'll discuss it with some diagrams. So please open that, and you just have to add literally one keyword here. The keyword is so many times advertised, synchronized. Don't forget to make both the critical sections. Add the thread safety. Thread safety is nothing but applying this keyword. So tell me, synchronized code will run faster or unsynchronized code will run faster? Of course, unsynchronized. Everyone agrees with me. Lesser the locks, lesser the extent or no locks, naturally it will run faster. But it is always a trade-off. Do you want to have a fast code which breaks sooner or later, or do you want little bit slower code? I mean, you know, trade-off on speed, but a correctness. Correctness is definitely required. UDP versus TCP. Good analogy. UDP is faster because it's not doing any knack business or connection orientedness, but you can definitely miss a packet or two. With TCP, there is a reliability that way. So now let me not waste time in analogies here. Just start it, keep it running. Let it run for whatever time. But okay, so you also started parallelly, please. And I'm telling you with confidence, unless until I have messed up, Java's this thing, it will never go out of sync, as in it will never get aborted because of that wrong balance. You can see that it is running for such a longer time. But now the only way to stop this is aborting, terminating. Answer my next question. Where you are getting immediate errors, with sleep or without sleep? Where were you getting? Everyone remembers we were getting it with sleep, and I'm going to explain also with sleep. So please go ahead. That's why I told you, just comment those sleeps. So now uncomment. Because if it has to break, if it has to, what do you say, abort, let it happen earlier. Who's got an entire Sunday to waste on such things? You got many more things, I'm sure, planned. So here, this is I've uncommented. Somewhere else also I had a sleep. Wait a second. You just look for it. Yeah, I'll tell you. Updater task has it. You can put random sleeps anywhere. And now run this, start running this, and let it keep running. Has everyone done it? So let me ask you. Check. Add the sleeps. Sleep is not important. More important is add the synchronized keyword for updation also, as well as checking also, and let the code run. And in the meantime, we will definitely understand. Let this keep running in the background. So that we'll have some time at least at hand. Okay, so this is nothing but explanation of synchronization. So what is it? Nothing but apply thread safety. So I'm not going to write all the statements and bore you, but important statements are worth. I mean, you should see that whole thing in one this. So where is the lock applied? Lock is applied at the object level. And which object are we talking about? That is instance of joint account. Currently, I'm just talking about current scenario. Okay, so this is where the lock will be applied. And another important statement I want you to keep it in front of you is any thread has to enter the monitor. What is that monitor? In a minute we will draw, which is equal to acquire the lock. When, if and only if it is calling, or okay, I'll say this, while invoking either synchronized method or later a block. Okay. And the last statement, important statement again. Here I'm not using join or whatever. So tell me, when you call sleep method, tell me the sleeping thread, what it will release and what it will not release. So let me ask you, releases what? Your choices are monitor or CPU, lock or the CPU. It will release the CPU as in processor, but does not release the lock. These are the only statements you need for understanding. And let me, like I said, take you to in the next week to advanced Java, and you will see this again. Initially, we will still work with synchronized keyword, and later somewhere I will show you the demo of optimized, locking, optimistic locking, pessimistic locking, and all that. Okay, so this is what is the starting point, my important statements here. This is enough to get us started. Now, you have to open, that's why I shared the code with you. So please keep the, let this be running, don't disturb it. Open that joint account class, and for your, what do you say, reference, okay, what I'll do is I'll place them side by side, so that with one diagram, hopefully, you will catch entire concept of a synchronization, I hope. Oh, sorry. I picked up something wrong. Oh, it is not allowing me. Anyway, so I'll just, because it is running, right? So it's not allowing me that. I don't think so. Anyway, doesn't matter. So one is the update task. Wasting time. Public synchronized void update balance. I'm writing in short form, and this is the amount here. I'm just writing in important parts only. So here, balance, writing a short form, sleep for a while. I don't remember exactly sleep duration. And here again, I'm saying balance minus equal to amount. Okay. I'm just writing this code in a short form. If you, anytime you want to refer to the actual code, you have code already. So one is this critical section, and the other one is here, checking the balance. Synchronized double check balance. And here also I've got a sleep, just to show you the chaos. We are just adding the chaos in the system, randomizing the whole thing. So sleep, you can have same or whatever. And here I'm saying return balance. Okay, this is a shortcut version, short form version, whatever. I'm just trying to keep the things in front of you. If you don't want to draw and you just want to focus, either way, it's okay. But I would definitely suggest draw with me. You don't have to write so much code, but whatever I'm going to draw now is required. So now start answering questions. Should I show a monitor in this case? Is monitor in the picture or not there? Should I draw any monitor at all? It's a simple question, yes, no question, Boolean question. Is monitor required or not? 100% yes. Why? The moment in the middle of night, you see the synchronized keyword, either synchronized method or synchronized block, you have to think in a monitor. So let us draw the monitor here. Monitor is nothing but a box. It's an analogy, of course. Operating system handles it at its own level. So here, the show a monitor having a simple this, and this is what you label it as a lock or a monitor. This is what is nothing but a lock or monitor object associated with your joint account. Okay, so this is your lock or the monitor associated with a joint account instance, and that we have shared between the threads. Okay, so this is your monitor, and now We have how many threads we have in the system? Everyone knows we have 3 threads in the system. So this is my main thread. But is main thread participating in racing? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Of course not. What is the state of the main? I hope you can see that. C1 and C2, customer 1, customer 2. So let us, yeah, I got a glitch, yeah, lag time, right. So here, anyway, I'm drawing. So please draw 2 threads here, C1 and C2, representing different customers. This is your C1. When I say thread, a task is associated with this. So whenever operating system OS gives the chance to this, it will start executing the run method. So this is your C1's run method. You remember in the morning we started with even printer, odd printer. Now we have progressed quite a bit. So this is C1's run method. And what is it? What is it we are doing in the C1's run method? Uh, Wait a second. Update balance. You know why I paused? Nobody reminded me, unfortunately, for that JDBC demo. So now we will do it towards the end. I suddenly remembered that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Forget that. Out of context. So C1 run method. And what is it calling? It is calling update balance method. So answer that. Answer the next question. Is this update balance method static method or non-static method? S or NS? It's a non-static method. So has to be called on the reference. So whose reference? Joint account dot update balance. I'm sure everyone is understanding, and whatever is the amount. So we are passing that. Okay. And this is happening continuously. So you can think of it as while true. This is what we have written. Are you all with me? Are you all understanding whatever I'm saying? So this is your statement. This is what we have done. Now here, because I want you to jot down the points so that discussion understanding becomes really easy. Similarly, what is it we have got? We've got concurrency. So you got C2. Whenever C2 means second customer, another joint account holder, whenever it gets a chance, executes this, this, while true kind of a thing. And here, in this, we have got some checks and all that. So tell me, is it calling? Wait a second. Is it calling? What is C2 calling? Forget me answering. You answer. It is calling the check balance. But is it calling on the same instance or different instance? Answer is same. We have spent a lot of time in making you understand that. So joint account dot, my method names could be different. So don't go by that. And here, if that balance, we are assigning it to that. And if that balance is not equal to initial balance, which is 5,000. Okay, let me say 5,000 because that is how we have written it. Then in that case, what is happening is we are exit the JVM. Are you getting this? So this is the picture. This is our starting or on condition or cold start or whatever you call it. Are you all clear so far? 100%. Because I have not even started any explanation. Okay. So now let us play it with one by one. So I'm just changing the color for making it clearer. So you can start with any thread, but typically if the C2 gets a chance, there is not too much which is going to happen. So let us assume, understand my point. Both the threads are at the same priority. Which is the norm priority? What is the value of a default priority assigned to Java threads? It's 5. It says, you remember, it is a min priority 1, max priority 10, normal priority, default priority is 5. So suppose, let's say C1 gets a chance. See my wording. C1 gets a chance means what? It gets a chance to execute run method. And here it starts calling, it tries to call joint account dot update balance. So now answer my questions after a little bit thinking. So this thread, does it have to come to the gate of any monitor? Or in simple language, in simple English, does it have to acquire the lock? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Somebody said no. So those who said no are wrong. See guys, update balance method is what? Synchronized or unsynchronized? It's a synchronized method. So anytime a thread, that's why I said these are the important statements. Anytime a thread has to, what do you say? If it is calling a synchronized method, it has to first acquire the lock. So does it have to come to the gate of any monitor? Answer is yes. And monitor is associated with what? Instance of your shared resource. So show it properly. So here it tries to come. Tell me, can it enter the monitor is equal to acquire the lock currently? It's a yes or no condition. Of course, yes, the gate is open. Monitor is all free. Lock is not acquired. So it will enter the monitor. And which is the method it is going to call inside? Tell me the name of the method it is going to call inside. It is update balance. Everyone gets me? So it is update balance. So it is happily inside calling the method. You can write. Want as in you it is executing the method update. Okay, so that is executing. Now open the code because I've not written here sleep. So let me actually ask you, see, this has to be running. I mean, that is what tells you that things are in synchronization, in sync and all. Forget that. So now let us say these statements were executed. And now, because I have to explain with proper example. Otherwise, I just have to say, imagine that there is a context switching. So tell me, I'm not asking you to imagine anything. Now here it says thread.sleep 20. 20 as in 20 milliseconds. So answer the question, please. I will write it here because you have to understand this. So can you tell me when C1 comes across thread.sleep, what will be the state of C1? So you know the state's name and all that. So anyone wants to, let me see what you're saying. Yes, I appreciate the answer blocked on sleep because then I don't have to ask any further questions. So correct answer is, forget about the color and all, pen color, blocked on sleep. So tell me, is it sleeping inside the monitor or outside the monitor? Will it release the lock or will it not? Of course, answer is inside. That is what is bringing mutual exclusion. So answer is inside the monitor. So that's why I suggested, draw it with me. So your understanding grows. So now tell me, is your CPU processor free or not free? Currently, is your processor free or not free? Of course, it is free because you see, your thread is blocked. So currently CPU is empty. I mean, idle. Empty is wrong word. Idle, not doing anything. So tell me, what will your native scheduler, what will it swap in? Your choices are between main or C2. What will be swapped in? Of course, C2. Main is blocked on join. So I hope everyone understands it. I'm just running it in a slow motion. That's it. Nothing more than that. So now tell me, same story. Okay, I'll change the color this time for C2. Okay, so tell me, does this C2 thread, does it have to come to the gate of any monitor? In short, does it have to acquire the lock? I hope this time everyone is saying yes. Yeah, you are right. Why? Simple question, simple answer. The check balance method is also synchronized. Are you getting it? And anytime a thread is calling a synchronized API, of course it has to acquire the lock. Are we all clear? So now tell me, does it have to come to the gate of the same monitor or some other monitor? Same, S, O, other. Of course, same. Why? You're right. Why? Because you are sharing the resource and the lock is applicable at the instance level. So how do you show this? All these things, what I said, just pick up some color or whatever I mean, like your choice. So now C2 tries to come to the gate of the same monitor and tell me, everyone knows what I'm asking next. What will be the state or fate of C2? Anyone wants to tell me? Answer that. Can it enter the monitor? I already got the answer. Very good. Gate is closed. Gate is blocked. So here it is going to be blocked. Is it going to be blocked on sleep or on monitor? Of course, on monitor. I hope things are becoming clearer by every passing whatever time. Blocked in monitor means what? Unable to enter the monitor. I'll share all this. Don't worry. I mean, what it means is unable to acquire the lock because lock is already taken. Who is the owner of the lock currently? C1 or C2? Of course, C1. And one, see the trick questions people ask you and confuse you. Can one thread acquire multiple locks? 100% yes. But can one lock be shared across multiple threads? Never. Lock itself means mutual exclusion. So how can it be shared across multiple threads? Okay, so unable to enter the monitor. That is, please tell me whether it is inside the monitor or outside the gate of the monitor. Everyone understands it. Outside. Are we kind of clear? I won't ask you 100% because it takes time. Are you a little bit clear so far? Okay, great. Now the next thing. Now see the situation. Your main is blocked on join. C1 is blocked on sleep within the monitor. C2 is blocked on monitor outside. So is this a classic deadlock? What you are looking at, is it a classic deadlock or is it going to progress further? Deadlock means all the threads have stopped the execution and it cannot go further. You answered me as a deadlock. You are so wrong. If it was a deadlock, would this happen at all? So of course, momentarily means till something, yes, things are stalled. So can anyone tell me what is the next thing which can happen? What is the only next thing which can happen? I'll give you choices. Main is unblocked, C1 is unblocked, or C2 is unblocked. Who will get unblocked? Of course, C1 will get unblocked. So what is the unblocking trigger? The sleep is over. I'll not write and mess up this picture. You can just imagine, or I can write also, not an issue. But I'll not keep, okay. I was going to say I'll not maintain the color. Anyway, so after sleep, check this. I should have maintained one more thing. I'll just add, after sleep, C1 wakes up. C2 and main are still blocked. So it is only C1. See, when I see unblock, it goes from blocked to ready pool. Who all is sitting in the ready pool? Tell me, which all threads are there in the ready pool? Only C1. Are you understanding? C2 is blocked somewhere and main is blocked. Okay, so C1 gets a chance. And after this, C1 goes from, I'm writing blocked to ready and ready to running because there is no other thread competing with it. And then updates the balance, or I'll use the proper adjective, proper verb, resets the balance to 5,000. Are you understanding this? So at this point, if you put a point here, at this point, this balance, B for balance or bal equal to 5,500. But now the balance is 5,000. So let us now, go a little faster looking at time. So here, now check your code, check your method. So you have reset the balance. You have said updation over and all that. And this synchronized method returns. So tell me in my picture, when the synchronized method returns, what can you see? What will you say? Exactly. It will release the lock. Okay. So after, I'll add it here itself. After synchronized method or a block later returns, the lock is released. So lock. See, the simple one word is doing so many things internally. So now tell me, now I'll not write because too much will get this. What will be the state of C1? Anyone wants to tell me? After the synchronized method is over, what will be the state of C1? You are wrong. Guys, you are not paying attention. Sorry. You're not paying attention to the code. It's a while true loop. So why you are saying dead? It's a while true. And are you seeing any threads being dead yet? So I hope you realize your mistake. So can anyone tell me? I'll write it here now because there's too much mess there. Here. What will be the state of C1? Let me see your answer. It is an important question to me. C1 is dead is wrong. Okay, absolutely correct. So you can say, okay, I'll give you a better adjective, runnable, because it might get back to back another chance or it might be just ready. So let's be safe and use it as runnable, which is a combination of either ready or running. That's not the question. My real question is, can you tell me the C2 which was blocked on a monitor, what will happen to C2? Answer the question, please. C2 will be unblocked. Are you understanding? Don't say running. You can't be you are not a scheduler. So you don't have that power to say that it is running. So here, this will be unblocked. So what is the unblocking trigger for a thread which is blocked on monitor? Monitor becoming free, lock being released. So this will be unblocked. And here, again, it joins the competition to ready. And I can safely say it is runnable. So again, there is a healthy, unhealthy, whatever you say, competition between C1 and C2. And whichever gets a chance will continue with the execution. So this time, in your mind, play it with C2 getting a chance. Okay. So C2 gets a chance. Now, I'm not going to scratch everything at all. It takes too much time. So now C2 gets a chance. After this situation, is monitor free or not free? Tell me. Monitor is free. So can it enter the monitor and acquire the lock? 100% yes. Which is the method it is going to call from inside the monitor is check balance. I hope you are all clear. Now, while your thread C2 is checking the balance, imagine that C1 gets, because of the context switching, because of the thread.sleep, whatever reason, C1 gets ready. C1 gets a chance. So tell me, does C1 have to get, okay, acquire the lock? Answer that. Does C1 have to acquire the lock? 100% yes. It is also calling the synchronized method and the monitor of the same. I mean, it has to come to the same gate. Now this time, who will get blocked and where? C1 will get blocked within the monitor or outside? Of course, outside the monitor. And what will be the reason? Blocked on monitor. Exactly, Pratiksha. So that will be blocked on monitor. And C2 could be just have could be sleeping or could be context switching or whatever. And then once the C2 finishes the job, which job? Of checking and returning the balance, what will happen? The monitor will become free. C1 and C2 both become runnable. Go to that ready pool and again the cycle continues. And what is the proof of all the statements, whatever I've said is, your code is, I must have taken at least 15-20 minutes. I don't know, we don't count time and all, but the code is still running. So this is what is your understanding of internals, understanding of what that synchronized keyword does. Are you at least 10, 15%, 10% clear with the synchronization? And I will give you a lot of ready-made code samples to go through. And people ask you, yeah, 10%. Well, 10% is, like I said, I'm happy with 10%. Because I know threads are little heavyweight, understanding wise, API wise, they are not. Okay, so this is one of it. So only thing I can really, because I have not written while not exit at all. So only thing I can do is, after if you have done enough sampling, enough testing time, you keep it overnight, you keep it over weekend, whatever, the code will not break. Because we have managed synchronization. So I'm terminating it. And I hope it was running all this while in your case also. If we have called the check balance with T1, yes, of course, it's like a circular dependency. So we are not doing that. So that is exactly the circular dependency problem that will give you a deadlock. So this was what is your look at this thing. First look at synchronization. So now just make a copy. Let's check whether anything is there. Okay. So now here, let's make a copy. I have given you the complete code. So I don't think I need to share anything new. Make 17.3 into 17.4. And here, remove, say, Control Shift W so you don't mix up in the projects. And here, remove the synchronize keyword. Okay. And of course, when you run this, everyone knows. Now the new version, if you run the tester from that, sooner or later is going to abort. So come to this level. I'll wait here for everyone. I mean, those who are trying it with me, like, I don't know whether everyone is doing that. So you are back to the same problem. I'm just taking you back to the same. So I asked you to make a copy into another project because here I'm exposing a new concept. So another copy and remove that synchronize keyword and run the code. Are we back to problem? Okay, so everyone sees that code is aborted because of the lack of synchronization, as simple as that. So now I'm making another statement. Okay, sorry. First, I should take it from you. So what is the solution? Everyone knows. Everyone knows the problem is the race condition and solution is the synchronization. Are we at least agreeing on that? Is everyone clear with those statements? Okay. So now you will say it's such a simple repetitive waste of your time. So that go to this joint account class and make the methods API synchronized. Everyone still understands. But here comes the twist. Here is the catch. What is the catch? Imagine that this joint account class is not your code. Okay, you have got it as one of the jar files and that too encrypted jar. So you can't just, unpack means extract the jar and decompile and all that. It is signed jar or something. In short, can you make the changes to joint account code? Answer is not. So you'll say what kind of restriction it is. I'll say that you have seen this restriction all the time. Open collection framework. Look at your array list, linked list, hash set, linked hash set, reset, and what is it? Other map variety other than the hash table. So hash map, linked hash map, tree map. Tell me, what do they represent? Do they represent thread safe classes or thread unsafe classes? S or unsafe, I mean, whatever. Of course, thread unsafe. So guys, you have to live with the API. You will have to face the API, which is inherently thread unsafe. So are you seriously going to create your own customized, like, what do you say? My hash map extends from the hash map and make the synchronized methods? Answer is never. So what is it I'm showing you is now the other option, how to apply. Okay, let me put it properly. When you are dealing with thread unsafe code, tell me, is this a thread safe code or thread safe or thread unsafe currently? Everyone agrees with me? Thread unsafe. So is there any way to apply the thread safety externally? Externally means what? Without making changes, because I simply can't make changes. This is my third party code. And that is where we have something called as synchronized blocks. Are you getting this? So there are two ways, two approaches. Which one is the preferred approach and which one is the approach we are going to use anytime you require it in the advanced Java is synchronized blocks. So now read about it. I'll give you analogy. You will see enough of analogies, but still, like your comparable and comparator, natural ordering and custom ordering. When you talk about comparable, your what is it? Sorting criteria is all tightly coupled, embedded inside the type class, inside the list type or set type or whatever. Whereas if you want to apply, if you want to keep this criteria separate, external, we have learned custom ordering via comparator. Just an analogy. So if you have to deal with thread unsafe API, Examples, so many. String builder, the first one I talked about. The next one, whatever, your maps and all that. So you have to learn the synchronized block. Syntax is very easy. Just read this and we'll, that is what our next copy is all about. Okay, so why synchronized block is what I'm explaining. You will see in the advanced Java part, there is a server-side JVM whose name itself is web container. So forget web container, people will be confused. Web server, let me say web server. At least that term could be familiar. So web server is going to call your all the methods. There is a something called as a callback mechanism. Okay, so your web server is going to call the methods. So whenever client sends any request, HTTP request I'm talking in, the servicing logic will be on the server side, which we will be writing as a web application. So there is a method called a service. Okay, so that service method will be called by the web container. We will be writing the servicing logic ourselves, but the invocation of that method will be done by the web server. Okay, so suppose imagine your service method is, let's say, 1,000 lines long, just a number. So in order to apply the thread safety, if you mark the service method synchronized, tell me, will it ensure the thread safety? It's a yes or no. Will it 100% give you the thread safety? Answer is yes. But what is a disaster? What is a fatal mistake you are doing? You are killing the concurrency. Meaning, while one thread you are, one client you are one client's request you are servicing, all other 100 clients concurrent requests will be suspended because you won't be able to access it concurrently at all. So instead, what we do, in all those 1,000 lines of the servicing logic, all the lines are not critical sections. They are not prone to racing. So we will identify the critical section, which could be just 10 lines out of those 100 or 1,000, and we'll wrap it we will surround it in a synchronized block. So that is one good example or one reason behind that. And the other one is, of course, this, which I said already. If you are using some ready-made APIs, I've just quoted Java APIs, but you could be having the third-party jars and third-party APIs. So anytime you are having some thread unsafe API and you want to apply the thread safety externally because you are having multi-threaded system, can you apply the thread safety externally? Answer is yes, and that too again with a synchronized block. So I hope all these are whatever I have written in ready-made synchronization. Trust me, popular questions. So the properly written this, I hope. So what is the syntax? Finally, everything boils down to syntax. So it is okay, this is nothing but an ordinary block. So it can appear, it is going to appear within your runnable task, run methods and all that. So in core Java, run method. Equivalent of your run method in advanced Java is something like servicing. Okay, so all that we will do later. So what is the syntax? Synchronized. There is a parenthesis. Here you cannot add multiple shared resources. Only one lock is applied at this. And within that you have shared resource reference. So you just have to pass the reference of whatever shared resource you want to access. So today, since we are in core Java, we are applying the lock. Anyone wants to tell me? In my current situation, what will be the argument of your synchronized block? Yes, which will be the argument of our synchronized block? Anyone? Of course, joint account. And let us shift to your advanced Java and we'll replace it by something called as, entire web application. There's a concept called a servlet context, web context, or there's a concept of HTTP session. So the lock can be applied wherever. Coming back to the point, whatever shared resource reference you pass here, you can call the methods of that particular shared resource. And what is applied is, what is given inherently is the thread safety. Means what? It is the guarantee of JVM and the underlying operating system. They are working together. So here, what is the guarantee? The guarantee is while one thread is executing a synchronized block on a particular object, no other threads will be able to acquire the lock. In short, listen to the statement carefully. Whether it is a synchronized method approach, which I showed you earlier, or whether it is a synchronized block technique, the locking mechanism is the same. So all these statements which you learn in synchronized methods are 100% applicable. The style, the technique changes. So this is like sufficient, and there are a lot of statements again, but that you read later. Let us apply the changes first. So go to open your whatever course 17.4 and tell me, are we going to make any changes to joint account? Imagine that it is not possible, impossible. So close it as in out of our bounds. Next one. But the threads, the tasks are under your control. So open the updater task, please. Anything you can start with. And can anyone tell me the line number of a critical section? Give me the line number of a critical section. I mean, from my code. Okay, so people are saying 23. Yeah, it is 23. So simply, even if it is one liner, you still have to write a block syntax. Okay, so here, I'll take it here. So start with synchronized keyword. And here it has already understood this. That's fine. So take this. Okay, so now answer the question, please. Should I add this thread.sleep also within a synchronized block? Okay, scratch the question. I'll ask you a better question. If I put this also within the synchronized block, better performance or worse performance? Of course, worse performance. Why? Because sleeping thread sleeps inside the monitor. This is a casual statement. Formal statement in interviews and all, you should say, the thread invoking sleep, will it release the ownership of the lock or not? Answer is it won't. Okay, so naturally, don't do this mistake. I mean, generally, wherever possible, don't do this. So that's it. Keep the sleep outside. So if I do only this much, I mean, is the job done or job half done or not done or whatever? Job is partially done because you have just, what is it called? Synchronized one critical section. But there is another vulnerability, another leak. Leak is not leak exactly, another problem. So where is that problem? It is in, please be careful whenever you are writing the code. Otherwise, you'll be confused. So I am also equally prone. 17.4, this is also 17.4. Fine. So open the checker task. Tell me, what is the critical section, please here? So here, naturally, it is critical section, but this checking is also critical section. Because in between, if you lose the lock, again, things can go out of context. Out of synchronization. So just guard it here. Synchronize. I just said synchronize and control space. And here, take this whole thing inside. Otherwise, while checking, see this, if balance is not equal to 5,000, sometimes you might come across a problem. So let us just check. I'm in this current balance not equal to 5. See, I'm telling you, the solution is super easy, but understanding takes definitely time. And then all you have to do is just run the code. So am I doing it correctly? Test shared resources and run it. And I don't have to draw, or you don't have to draw new pictures, because whatever may be the approach, see, this is, you can see sometimes it is, one thread is dominating the other, or sometimes you see this. In short, that is not what we have brought in. What we have brought in is only not sequencing logic. That's the next topic. But at least we have identified mutual exclusion. While one thread is checking the balance, updater cannot update it, and vice versa. So just I'm waiting here for a minute. You please run it. Has everyone okay? What I'll do in the meantime is I'll share. In case if you have done it on your own, don't ignore my copy. In case you have not done it, please refer to this. 17.4, right? So anyway, you don't have to at the end of the day, I'll of course create a day 17 data kind of a thing and upload everything. So do spend a good amount of time in synchronization because as I told you, you will require it. At least you'll need to understand it. If every time you don't need it, when I take you to Spring and all, you won't require it because we'll be looking at something called as singleton stateless behavior. So then you don't require, but before that, of course, you will require it. So in short, prepare. And I have taken off your lab exam pressure as far as threads are concerned. So whenever you are in the mood or whenever you have free time, free mental bandwidth, you can definitely look at it. So you can keep it running for longer time also, and it won't go out of sync. But there is no guarantee which thread gets a chance when. You can check. See, sometimes updation. It all depends on the sleep, it all depends on the context switching and all that. So again, I'll ask my favorite question. At least 10% clear. That's the minimum threshold I have to maintain. And do it in this and try to reach. Try to reach. Yeah, it's good if it is more than that. Very good. So this was your second level. First level is just a threads API. Second level, we climb to the synchronization. Now I'm taking you to the last level. That is, see, all the problems. Okay, let me put it this way. Is synchronization a kill-all kind of a solution? Answer is no. You still have certain problems. So before I talk about those certain problems, I just thought of something more. Wait a second. I'll share that with you. I don't really remember whether I'd given that ready for. Just something called as unsafe. Threads unsafe collection. Okay. Give me a minute. See, ultimately you have to apply it to your collections. So I'll share that also with you. Core Java Help V17 है. Thread unsafe collection. You know what you do is you can just extract it. After you extract, you will get a folder. Folder as in package. The name of it itself is thread unsafe collection. Copy paste it in your project. You can copy it in your day 17.4. It's a problem and which you have to solve naturally. But it's good to look at, and I will be sharing a lot of such code samples in next 2-3 days time. Whenever you get time, you can look at it. No issues. So where is it? Yeah, I'll paste it. Why I could not paste it? Okay. So if you can do it parallelly with me, great. Otherwise, you can just take a look at it. It's not a what is it called? Big code at all. And here you are seeing lot of things. Let me stay silent. You read it. If you're not exactly imported the code, you can look at this itself and you can check. So run means don't run the code. Just go over the code having the array list with a sufficiently big capacity, 10,000. Okay, so you can visualize the array list object with 10,000 nulls and all that. Size is still 0. Populating the list. So, okay, what I'll do is I'll refer to this. So what is the left-hand side? What is LHS? Is it a thread type of a reference or is it a thread type of object? R or O, age-old question. It's a thread type of reference. Which is the constructor I'm using? I'm using for the reference I'm giving the same old constructor which you have seen us using. Now, here, I hope you can, okay, let me ask you. Tell me, is runnable a functional interface or not a functional interface? Answer is yes, it is a functional interface, which is that single abstract method in that runnable interface we've been using, run method. So if your business logic, thread execution logic is tiny, one liner or couple of liners, can I forego? Can I not use the separate class implementing runnable or anonymous inner class, etc.? Can I replace it in short with a lambda expression? 100% yes. So everyone, I hope I'll write this also, which is that single abstract method. You know the answer. Public void run. It's argumentless. So now start matching. So this is your argument of the run method. And what are we looking at is nothing but your lambda expression. If you don't want like to embed it, you can create it as a function literal and pass it. Your choice. So tell me, anytime this reader thread gets a chance to execute, what is it doing? That is the main question I have. Anytime a reader thread gets a chance, tell me, what is it doing? Is it reading the data naturally? I mean, obvious question, or is it writing the data to the list? Read or write? Of course, reading. And how I'm reading? Everyone knows the higher order function for each, but whether it is a for each higher order function, or whether it is a good old our for each loop, or whether it is an explicit iterator, finally it is what? It is going to be done using the iterators. And I hope you remember the adjective. What is the adjective you have to remember? Fill fastness. Long back, when we were in collection framework, I showed you with the example. You must be having those example on one of those days. That is, after attaching the iterator to any list or set, if there is a structural modification, that time I had shown you in a single threaded manner. Today you are looking at it using concurrency. So while one thread is reading, if other thread, is it doing any structural modification or is it not? Yes or no? It is doing structural modification. When you say add or remove and all that, of course, what is it you will get? Which is the exception? Will JVM allow you or will you get an exception? Everyone knows it. Concurrent modification exception. So that is your problem statement. Okay, run that. Sometimes, okay, see, don't be happy if you just get lucky and it runs. Run it at least 10-20 times. I can't predict really. It all depends on how much is the load, how many threads are otherwise running and all that. So sometime sooner or later you will definitely get an exception. So can you advise some technique which can cause the errors fast? Is the sleep? Yeah, lucky scenario, absolutely. It's just but you can't what do you say, trade on your luck or whatever. So here you can just add the sleep method here. So here when I say sleep, just a second. So where is it? Where my list dot for each is. So here it will expose one set of problem looking at time, I'm just saying. Anyway, so I'll just have this, see what I'm doing. Now I want to add the sleep here. So is it a single line lambda or multi-line lambda? Multi-line lambda. Do I have to put it in the braces? Of course, yes. And now see the problem with the lambda. Here, if you say red dot sleep, something like, any sleep, why there is a compiler error? Why there is a compiler error? Because unhandled checked exception. So you might be saying that you have already says throws exception, why it is still bothering? Because The lambda expressions are created, what is it called? Synthesized by compiler as separate private methods. So the only solution here you have is wrap it in the try-catch block. So this throws exception will not work. So I'll just take this and surround it with try-catch block. Okay, so add that. And similarly, I'll just add a sleep here. Okay, I have already have, thank God for that. Otherwise, again, I'll have to add more. And another my suggestion, all these are for testing, acid testing, confirmation testing kind of thing. Give different sleeps and prime numbers help you a lot there also. So let me just surround it in a try-catch block. I'm going to give you this also and try running it. And as predicted, all it could write is 0, and you are definitely getting a concurrent modification. And you can see all this, these are the internal methods. Anyway, those you don't fall into. So 100% you will get sooner or later somewhere the exception, concurrent modification. So your job is fix it. Okay. So start with that. Start with that means I'm not solving it. So I'll just ask you a pointer question. What will you use? Of course, synchronization. But which technique? Method or a block? What is it you will have to use? Of course, you'll have to use synchronized block technique. Okay. Method will not be. Yeah, method is also possible, but you will have to take all this code and put it in synchronized methods. Don't do that. I want the easy, quick, and clean solution with synchronized block. Try it out. Otherwise, next time we meet, it's a like we know it is a advanced Java, but I can always answer any queries anytime. Okay. So this is your what is it requirement. And even if you increase the size and increase too many things, even without sleep, the moment context switching happens at the unlucky moment, wrong moment, your code will abort. So fix it. And I have already suggested the solution, synchronize blocks. So do try it out. So this was one of the things where you actually understand applying thread safety. I'll have to, what you see, extend the session. I hope you are, not extending too much, but at least I have to take. I was planning, 2, 3 things, the cloning and some design patterns, singleton and factory. So forget that, but at least let me take inter-thread communication, and then we will stop it. Then those topics I can take it with advanced Java. So I'm just thinking, yeah, I'll start with the inter-thread communication. So here, I have already said this, your collection has to be good. For advanced Java, I'm saying advanced Java collection framework has to be good. IO you don't require too much, and threads you require only synchronization. All other topics which I'm talking about, object-oriented programming and exception handling, that I'm taking it as a prerequisite. Okay, but in the advanced topics which we started in the second half of core Java, collection framework, 2 classes mainly, array list and a hash map, and in IO is not, don't let me not even, only print writer you will require from IO, and threads only synchronization that way. So what is it I was going to say? Yeah. So let me give you this code. I'll make this. And I would seriously recommend do it along with me. Those who have not logged in using the laptops, then of course can't. But if you have done it, please do it with me. So you'll get a best possible idea in the shortest possible time. So that's the whole thing. Let me just share it. The name of the folder itself is no ITC, that is no inter-thread communication. You download it, and let us create the last project of today, day 17.5. And paste the code. Extract it in a folder and just take this and paste it under SRC. Now I've not put it into different packages and different folders because again, the understanding becomes little hazy. So everything, whatever I have is in one package, one folder. So start by opening employee.java. I'll wait here. So extract, no ITC. Yes. So here, anyway, collection and IO you're going to require for your exam also. Anyway, so the point is, look at employee, ID, name, department ID, salary, pretty easy one. No explicit additional things. Getters and a toString. And in toString, to keep things light and clear, all I'm printing, all I'm returning is employee ID and a salary. So has everyone by now, everyone means those who have logged in with laptops. I hope you have extracted and you have added this SRC. Under SRC, I mean. Next one, open the next code, utils2.java. I'll give you a minute here to go through. First is employee.java, pretty easy, nothing, no ordinary employee. Utils2, look at it, and then I'll start asking you questions. Okay, so I'll start asking you questions. Is this a different question? Because I don't want to ask you the same old questions. Okay, is this class utils2? Is it mutable? Okay, let me be precise. Is the state mutable or immutable? M or I? It's immutable, you are saying? Okay. Tell me again. Mutable or immutable? I made my point, I hope. It is mutable. Are you understanding? So you said this thing. What is it called? It is mutable. So here, if I add a final, it is of course spelling it is changing. So I hope I did not mess up by answering. So this is definitely modifiable. That is the first question. Now answer my second question. Is this, what will you call utils2? Is it inherently thread safe or thread unsafe? Safe or unsafe? I think we are, saturated. So this is a thread safe API or thread unsafe API? Answer is thread safe API, guys. I have already added the synchronized keyword at the method level. In short, forget. Don't feel bad that you answered wrong. Let me ask you. While it's a producer consumer, typical example. So let me ask you. Here, you will soon see a producer task and a consumer task. Okay. So while a question for you, producer task or producer thread will call which method? Write data or read data? At least answer that. Producer thread will call which method? Write data or read data? Is there a problem with the chat? Something? Anyway, we are just wrapping up, so just be patient on that. Is it going to write data or read data? Of course, producer is producing the data, writing the data. So whatever data, I mean reference, I'm assigning it to E. So producer will call write data, and consumer is the one who is accessing the data or read data, right? So now answer my next question, because you gave me a wrong answer earlier. While producer is producing the data, can consumer read the data concurrently? It's a yes, no question. So that is one half. And vice versa, if reader thread or the consumer thread gets a chance, and while consumer thread is reading the data, will your producer thread be able to write the next data sample? Answer is no. So what kind of API are we using? What kind of class are we having? Okay, sorry. Thread safe or thread unsafe? It is inherently thread safe. Are you agreeing with me? So I have already given you a thread safe class, inherently thread safe class. So writing synchronization is no longer the concern. And my point is, the ultimate point before we stop in next 10 minutes time is just applying synchronization is not a kill-all solution to all the problems. So as usual, I'll show you the problem. Again, fixing takes less time. So this is your step one. Now please open the produce any task you can open. Producer task maybe. Read it. This is your producer task. Similarly, I've copied it into consumer with small changes. Okay, so I'll start explaining. This is that shared resource. Okay, so who is going to create how many copies of this shared resource? You have two questions to answer. Who is going to create and how many copies? Which thread is going to create this shared resource? Answer that. Main. And how many copies? You know that joint account kind of a thing. So one single copy. Okay. This is the exit flag. Instead of making it run, continuously, if you don't like it, you can replace it by while true any time. It doesn't affect my entire rest of the code. Okay, just I made a better approach than that. This is your parameterized constructor. Focus. I mean, you don't have to focus on that. And here is your main business logic. So have a look at it. So is it going to run indefinitely or only till exit flag is toggled? Only till exit is becoming true. So while not exit, you are familiar with it. Here I'm generating some sample data. So what will be the first employee record? I is 1. So 1, AA1, HR department with a salary of 100. Second one, AA2, HR department 200, etc. I want to keep on generating a lot of data. So I have added that. If there is any problem, will sleep reduce the problem or increase the problem? You have seen it. It will increase, it will highlight the problem faster, fast forward the problem. Okay, so this is the code. And here, this stop method, is it a Java API or is it our own API? Is this stop method the programmer's API or Java API? Our own API. And what is it I'm doing in that stop method is toggling exit to true. So this is the description of your producer. I told you, I have copied the producer into consumer. So when you open the consumer, you will see rest of the things are all the same. Instead of producer producing the data, what will consumer task call? Instead of write data, what will be the change? Write data will be replaced by, tell me, of course, read data. So now open that consumer. No other change, literally no other change. Entire code I have copied with one liner difference. So all I'm copying is, or rather calling is u.read data. I'm not printing it here twice because I have already printed it in my task, not task, utils code. And here the stop method, everything is the same. Spend a minute on that. Producer and consumer, only major changes, write data replaced by read data. So tell me, will there be any race condition or we have taken care of it? Okay, synchronized or unsynchronized? What is it? It is a synchronized code. So while reader is reading, your writer cannot write any data sample and vice versa is also true. So that part is already I have given you as a prerequisite. And the last thing is, whenever you are revising, open from here and then go inside because otherwise you won't understand the flow. So I'll highlight some things. Okay, read this much only. Most of the places there are comments. So here you are creating single instance of the shared resource. Because see why I'm creating it as a shared resource, because the producer will be producing that data, employee type of data, and from the same object I have to read back, so I have to share the resources. This is your array of, I mean, strings. This is where I'm creating the task. This is where we are attaching the task to the thread, and finally starting the thread. So here the T1 means my producer, enters the ready pool. I have explicitly given the sleep of 10 so that producer starts producing the data samples, and after the explicit delay, a consumer begins. So tell me, after this line is executed, how many threads are runnable? Answer the question, please. I hope you are knowing this already. 1 plus 2. I'm not counting garbage collector. So which 3 threads are there? No, you forgot the main thread, Pallav, I guess. Main is also runnable currently, where I have locked it. At this point in time, 1 plus 2, 1 is the main thread, the parent thread, and these two are your child threads. Correct? Now, here, read this carefully. Just prints. Which thread is going to print it? Your main thread. Here is the question I should have asked, but anyway, I have already answered. So after you call system.in.read, which thread is blocked on which trigger? So already there is an answer. Main thread is blocked on input. So till you press any keystroke and press it enter, the code will not continue, because your code means, sorry, I should not say wrongly, main thread will not continue. So tell me, when the control comes here, when will the control come here? After you have pressed enter. When you press enter, it's a new line. So that will unblock your system.in.read. Answer the next question. Who is calling whose methods? Which thread is calling? Main thread is calling the stop method of your child threads. I hope you remember. What is it we have done in that stop method? Toggled the exit flag to true. When you say exit is true, what will be the value of while not exit? False. So here, this while loop will be over. Will your thread enter the catch block? Yes or no? It will not. Why should it? Because there is no exception. And here it reaches, it will print here whatever, and the run method returns. So tell me, what will be the state of the thread after the run method returns? Everyone knows the answer. Dead is the answer. So now you can relate it to the other thread also. But I'm not taking the chances. I as in main thread. I'm explicitly waiting for the child threads to become dead via join, and then finally main over. Okay. So this is the explanation of the complete code. Okay. Yeah. So now run this. If you have got it imported, let it run for a while. Maybe just a minute or so. Not that. Not more than that. And you can see that things are working, and all you have to stop is, I mean, press enter. So it will see. So you can check all this, started the threads and all that. And here, reader exited, writer exited, and all the threads are getting over. Application is terminated. Yeah, I got disconnected as you can see. Threads and saturation and all that. Anyway, so the point I was trying to make is this. Take a look at it. Are we looking at synchronized output or unsynchronized? Yes, tell me. Okay, a simpler question. While, see this, W entered and W exited, is it getting executed as a single atomic instruction, or is consumer disturbing it, interfering with it? Answer is no interference. So you can see W entered, it wrote this data sample, and writer W exited. Okay, now you can see vice versa. Pick up anything else. So here R entered and R exited. Between this, are you seeing anything where which indicates asynchronous or unsynchronous output? Answer is no. So in short, what I'm trying to ask you as like last 1 or 2 minutes thing, is it, are we looking at synchronized output or unsynchronized? Synchronized output. I hope everyone agrees with that. Now, just look at the actual data, actual values. I'll highlight and you tell me. Now, don't worry about this thing. What is it called? The synchronization that we already considered. So here, writer wrote the first sample and reader read it. So correct or wrong so far? Is it a correct sequencing logic or wrong? It looks correct. But now if you see, check this piece. Here, wait a second. So here, I'll highlight this. So tell me, correct or wrong? Absolutely wrong. What is the problem here? What is wrong about it here? It is wrong. The order, okay, I want a better answer than that. Reading the same input. So what is it called in jargon? Stale data. You know, it is redundancy. It is nothing but staleness of the data. You have already read the data and you are rereading the same sample multiple times. Okay, and you can check. That is what I have done with the sleeps. If you change the sleep is only for simulating practical reading. Because sometimes the write operation may take a little bit longer than read, or vice versa. And either way, you will have totally synchronized output. Synchronize, it won't go out of sync, but you won't maintain the sequence. So of course, this is my problem statement. I was going to solve it. No, 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 no. A synchronous block also will not help you here, Vishesh. You're on the slightly wrong track. So here, hear me out. So the problem, this kind of a problem can only be handled using a semaphore. So those who have idea about OS level semaphores, there is a binary semaphore, there is a counting semaphore. So if you are working with two-threaded system, all you require is a semaphore. But the best news of the day is you don't have to come down all the way to OS level. You have ready-made APIs and ready-made concepts. So since it is an important one, I don't want to give you now. We'll have to spend one first hour and all that. So in short, I'll just tell you, we will add a flag like a binary semaphore, and there are excellent methods, something called as wait and notify. And that is where we will add the inter-thread communication logic or the ITC logic, which is nothing but handshaking between the threads. But it can easily take minimum, at least I'll require half an hour or 45 minutes to make you understand. We are not stretching it, don't worry. So I hope at least everyone is clear with the problem. Is the problem at least clear? Problem is it is not a synchronization problem, it's a sequencing logic. So what will you call it as a correct output? Who has to start first, producer or a consumer? P or C? Tell me. Producer. After producer produces the first data sample, exactly, hand in hand, it's handshaking. So after producer, if producer gets back to back another chance, because context switching is beyond you, what should producer do? Should producer overwrite the earlier data sample or should it wait? Of course, it should wait for the consumer to read that data sample. So now consumer gets a chance. Of course, all this is nothing but wait notification. So consumer will read the data sample and now it has to tell the producer, I have read the data sample. Now you go ahead and give me the next one. So this communication, this alert, this what do you say, exchanging of the this communication is nothing but your inter-thread communication. So this I've just stated you the problem statement. We just talked about problem statement. We will solve it in our first day. Advanced Java, I'll have to take 1 hour at least, and I'll complete this. I don't want to saturate you. So here, the first day of Advanced Java starts with JDBC. Guys, you are fortunately already in database. I was asking one of you, has everyone got now MySQL database installed? Okay, so now I'm going to give you, actually I had shared this code on Google Drive itself, but there is a small thing. I see, I always, even I get a feedback and I get better ideas with the batches. So here I'm going to show you that. So here, this itself. So I'll give you very simple instructions. But to follow these instructions, your net connection has to be strong. Strong as in stable. Currently, I'm also in mobile data. I lost that my this router power. Anyway, so you don't have to do it parallelly with me, but I'm just showing you the steps. So what my request to you all, I mean, the common request is, if you get time. Otherwise, what will happen is on the first day, whatever, 8th, I guess, whenever we are meeting. So on that day, maybe you will have to spend lap time in that. So if you can manage it before, it will be great. It will be excellent. So I think I had written, I'm not sure. I think I had written step-by-step instructions also. Anyway, so here is the thing. So here on our Google Drive, database related instructions or something, some such thing. I have the similar one. Extra work is not, whatever. So I had given you a project JDBC underscore Java 11. So if you have downloaded it, it will be a, what do you say, Java project. But here, it is going to have a different structure. There is something called as Maven. It's a project management tool. Okay. So right now, don't fall into anything. Otherwise, you'll be like lost. What is she saying? So many new terms. So I'm just telling you instruction by instruction. But if your net connection is not strong, it all involves is downloading 2 jars from the net, from the Maven Central something. But I'm saying ignore all that. Just note somewhere the instructions. A Gradle I'm not using. We are using Maven. Maven is added in your this thing. What do you say? Contains. So guys, don't go off board over. I mean ahead of time. Let everyone understand. So I'm saying slowly. I'm giving instructions slowly. File. You can note it somewhere. I think I have written it in that instruction steps. I'm not sure. File. Go to import. Okay. So now here, what is it we were using so far till today? It was importing it as from general existing projects into workspace. Don't do that. It's not a ordinary Java project. It is a existing Maven project. So please note it somewhere. File, import. Can you see a section here? Where is that? Maven. So expand on Maven. Can you see the second option? Existing Maven projects. So I hope everyone is here. See, actual downloading will take time depending on your speed of the net connection. So here you have existing Maven projects. I used to do this till earlier batch directly in Spring. But then if you have an idea right from first day about Maven, it will help you and it will not waste our Spring time. That's the whole thing. So existing Maven project, simply say next. Oh, sorry, I forgot one more step. Actually, now I can skip that. Right now, focus on doing things. So now you have to, you have to go to the folder where the thing is, where you have got that project. So for me, it is JDBC 11, wherever you have got it, you can select that and say select the folder. I'll repeat the instructions. File, import from Maven, choose existing projects. And here you just give the using browse button, you just select that folder JDBC Java 11. Okay. Don't select uncheck, check, nothing. All those explanation will come later. And when you say finish, for me, it will happen fast because already the jars and all, already the Maven repositories are all this, but this will take you time. So in the, what is it called? Bottom right corner, it will show you the progress bar. And here the jars will get downloaded. So I'm telling you only this much. You do only this much. So it will save you the downloading time. And if you say JDBC Java 11, here you will see a different type of little different folder structure. Don't care about it right now. Don't worry about it. And here you will see a folder called as Maven dependencies. And if your net connection is good and you could download the jars, you will see there are two jars. One is Java 3.6.1. I mean, there is a Eclipse plugin. Sorry, Java compiler plugin and MySQL connector. So these are the only two dependencies. When I take you to servlets, JSPs, web applications, Hibernate and all, there will be tons of dependencies. So do only this much. So if you have certain things like, what is it called? Red crosses and all, that should tell you that downloading of the jars has not happened. So at least follow these instructions. Those who I have given this. Okay. Prachi, those questions I'll answer later, right? Not right now, because it will be again meaning another 15 minutes. And I don't think you have that time to spare today. Okay. So just keep this ready. So that will give you the confidence that your project is ready. And then of course, I'm going to explain the whole thing. And we will have the first thing we will do is this database connection on the very first day. So that is all for now. I'll be uploading all of this. Yes, everything I'll be uploading properly. Don't worry about it. All the very best for your Core Java Lab exam. If it happens before we meet again, yeah, I will upload reflection API. Ashish, if I forget, please send me a message. Please send me a reminder because I also have a lot of things. So all the very best. Do well, and we will meet. I mean, like on 8th or 9th, one of these days. Okay, that will be on. See you around. I'll upload this help, but not immediately. Give me 1 hour's time. I'll finish my lunch break and all, and then I'll upload. That will be all. See you.